Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We're here for the pre-show here as we get ready for another week of LCK. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for this one, and let's jump into the standings to start things off and really have a look at where the LCK is positioned right about now. As T1 have locked in playoffs, and they're 11-1, looking absolutely amazing out in front. However, 2nd through 6th is looking pretty close.
And with the Bro loss last week, them actually catching up to the top 6 has become a lot harder. But as you point out, Atlas, within that top 6, there is an incredible amount of possibilities still. The only one that truly seems to be kind of pushing away from the rest is Gen G, and that's just one win compared to D+, right? D+ do have a lot of heavy matches still ahead of them, and if you look at the game score, we do see KT in particular really dropping after what was a pretty terrible week. But actually dropping out of playoffs contention is still very, very far away, and I don't think they should be too concerned. But anything is possible, and we saw last year with the Brion Miracle Run that anything's possible.
It absolutely is. Pog standings here for you as owner and carrier once again together and on top. They have just been going from strength to strength, these guys. I think that carrier could have almost been on 900 based on some certain robberies that were happening last week, but that might be my personal opinion. Closer in hot pursuit, and then Chovy and Viper just beneath them. Of course, in Chovy's case, a lot of his teammates have been playing really well so far this season, so it's been difficult for him to hold that top spot like he always has.
Yeah, he has kind of been robbed by Pace, some Peanuts as well, a little bit of Doran left and right. I think Delight is, from the top of my head, the only one that hasn't gotten a POG yet on Gen G.
That would make some sense.
But, you know, Zai and Rakan are meta now, so maybe it'll get a little bit better, as the only one that took a risk was Valdez, and it didn't pay off. Besides that, all of us were very united in our belief and were not rewarded by KT and Brion.
Yep, a whole bunch of bro leavers that kind of lost out this time around.
Well, as known bro and anti, I wasn't necessarily a bro believer as much as I was a DRX disbeliever.
Yeah, and I should have known better. I'm not gonna lie, I should have known better that the KT collapse was going to start in the DK game.
Yeah, I was
a bit of a dummy.
And it was a pretty abhorrent call, but I knew there was a little piece of truth. I just had the completely wrong timing and the wrong team, although they did both start with D. So, you know, that's something for me to take away for next split.
Well, let's have a look at what we saw last week as far as the champions that were picked up and played. Week 6, pick ban percentages here. Maokai and Elise homework was done by every single team, every single time, and you love to see it.
And Elise, I think, will remain this high on the priority list because the nerfs to her, spoiler alert, are not that big. Maokai, though, should drop. Not because I think the pick is not good anymore, but his versatility and the sapling damage was a large region of why he was as high priority and as busted as he was. And he has been scaled down in that specific department. Other picks, yeah, Caitlyn, Ashe, not going anywhere. I think that they will remain where they are right now. Annie, of course, the cool new kid on the block, literally, because it's Annie. And even though also she is seeing some nerfs, not going to go anywhere. The most interesting to me is that Varus isn't at 100% pick and ban rate because it feels like he is so incredibly versatile, can go for different playstyles, can be combined and win into almost any lane, particularly if he does get access to the Karma. So really interesting to see that he's only picked in like slightly more than 3 out of 4 games.
Yeah, it's probably alluding to the fact that we've had quite a few of these Lucian Zeri handshakes that Lucian hasn't really been a part of. Oftentimes we see Caitlyn Ashe being banned away, and then it's a Lucian first pick, and then everyone's like, haha, it's my Zeri time. And then we get those drafts that everyone's really excited about that often involve Na and Jax and Azir and Victor and Sejuani and Wukong.
Fun. Yippee.
Hopefully we see a few less of those. The Azir probably going to stick around as the nerfs weren't necessarily quite enough, I don't think, to take him out. We saw this in Challenger just a little bit here. As the high win rate for Annie might go down. Tibbers cooldown is now increased as we move towards 13.4, as well as Molten Shield not necessarily being quite as good.
And it was a good week for Gnar. Gnar is like the tides. Gnar is like the season. He'll come and go, but he's just always kind of there. This was a good week. but we just know what his position in meta is. Jace to me is the same. He's been banned a lot more, but then when he does come through, he is very efficient. Sejuani has even started making the ban list every now and then. Wonder whether that'll continue here. And we already mentioned Varus, very versatile pick, can play in multiple styles and has been very successful. As I'm also, as immediately response to that, gonna kind of, the Wukong is still good. Just because his win rate's bad, he's fine. He'll be okay. Lucianami, I do think has actually been losing more and more and more, and we see teams have gotten so much better at playing around both the early laning phase, which is now just straight up Zeri Lulu favored, the level 6, which is now straight up Zeri Lulu favored, and the late game, which is straight up Zeri Lulu favored. So you have your one spike, and in that spike, it's been like maybe 2 like Viper and Deft, and even they haven't really looked the same.
Deft hasn't been playing it. He's sort of just giving it up, and I think a lot of teams are probably going to, because I don't think the Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami situation is one that you really want to be getting yourself into, unless it's a specific spot, and I think that that's fine. If you've got a whole comp that like spikes around those like the Mandate Gale Force spike, maybe you can work something out. Yeah.
A little bit of aggression, Lissandra, like really just throw everything at them. Then I think it's fine. But we do see kind of the changes as we get more and more acquainted with this meta.
Exactly. Speaking of the meta, we do have a new patch upon us here as we move towards 13.4. Aurelion Sol is now enabled. You know what? He's going to be rotating around the stars, enjoying his time around the Milky Way. He's not going to come to Runeterra. He's just...
I love him, but he's not getting played. Really cool rework, not getting any play. Q-Max Fresh has been slowly starting to make the rounds. It has been a W Max meta for a really, really long time, but we have some incredible Fresh players, and I really do hope the Q-Max style to me is the most exciting, because, come on, you want to see some depth.
You hit more hooks. Yep.
And seeing... as mentioned, have players like Keria exist. I would love it. I don't know if it'll happen with how prevalent we still have the AD supports be, and I don't think that they're going anywhere on this patch. Maybe the next one. We've set for like 3 patches in a row now. Ahri buffs they're nice. They're nothing groundbreaking, but Ahri felt like she was kind of on the cusp of viability, particularly with Vi.
Yep.
And I think that she will remain a specific pick when you do have a very pick-oriented mid laner, or a jungler rather, and you want to try and really create a pressure point.
The Alistair mid buffs though,
that's
continuing to pile on in.
They actually mentioned this patch as well. Like, we're not trying to make Mage Alistair work. We just wanted to give him a little bit more damage on his when he buys a support item. So don't you in solo queue go out playing AP Alistair. As
I already am.
More Orianna buffs. The Senna buffs are quite cool. We've heard some rumors about Cho'Gath Senna coming back to the bot lane, and I do think it can be quite a fun champion. Veigar range buffs are huge. Malphite, we have seen multiple full AD comps. I don't care if you play Malphite mid, the champion was already really good in those situations, and please, if your opponent's locking in Chase, Gnar, and Sejuani and Lucianami, just pick it.
Yep, and I see Riven buffs, and I get sad about missing Khan.
Well, so there's some new builds with Riven that are cool, but the champion is solo queue
and she's only buffed because the item nerfs completely destroyed her.
Well, there is a new build that actually is quite good. We don't have to talk about it because she doesn't matter.
Have the Annie nerfs done anything? We know that the Azir and Elise nerfs. The Azir is almost a buff, to be perfectly honest. Elise, irrelevant. And Annie, is this enough to remove her from her pick ban status in the first round?
No, I think she's still flexible, and that is the main issue because it's such a strong flex pick. We'll see whether, as we get deeper and deeper into the split, the base health decrease might actually make a difference, might make her mid lane weaker. I think for support it doesn't matter as much. Elise, to me, is a symptom of the current meta, which is obscenely snowbally, and as long as Elise can dive level 3 a bot lane and be fine, which she still can, I don't think she's really going anywhere. So, and yeah, this is a quote-unquote Azir nerf, isn't really based on early results, so maybe next patch, as we have said countless times, as I actually really like the Maokai nerfs for what we already mentioned. Sapling is the only thing about Maokai that to me is like truly indefensible, and I'm glad that it's been gutted for like a bunch of patches now, but this is the one that seemingly based on solo queue actually has done it. The rest are mostly solo queue nerfs. I thought Jarvan was good for that one patch, but he didn't get picked up. Udyr, we're never seeing. The only relevant one was the Jax buff, or the Jax nerf rather, which has made him a little bit more skill intensive. Now you actually need to get auto attacks, cancel what your counter strike is. This don't shield nerf, I actually think is nice. I think that if you are a character like Akali, like Sylas that tries to just cheat lane should be able to. And these support items, I don't think they're going to be enough. Next patch, though.
It's the right idea.
We're moving in the right direction.
I feel like it's always next patch. It's always next patch. Oh, next patch, Ashe is going to be off the permaban list. Oh, next patch, Carry is not going to be able to just randomly cook something up and win.
But next patch, they're going all in on really big jungle changes, which I think will have a big impact. Treasure Hunters getting nerfed, and maybe change after change after change. Finally, we'll get there.
Well, Treasure Hunter's nerfed already just a bit here. Yeah. We do also have the magical footwear. You don't get free shoes just so that you can go to the thrift store immediately and throw them away.
That's just rude.
Don't take the rune. It's rude to the boots, exactly right. You get a different little icon here if you get those boots as well. Like, come on guys. Like, just stop selling your shoes immediately. It's like, what is it, scalping. They're scalping the shoes.
Yeah, they're scalping. They're getting the cool kicks and immediately
you don't stand in line at the Nike store just so that you can immediately sell it for double to the guy at the back of the queue, although that happens all the time. It's just not very nice, okay?
Then do it.
We're banning that.
It's rude.
Not happening anymore. That might actually mean that Lucian Nami is further nerfed, kind of through that. But let's have some fun, shall we, Chronicler? As it's time to check out some of the ceremonies of last week. Here is our first one. These are the nominations, of course, as Gumayusi just doing some
so we have been
sick TikTok trending
that's a TikTok
on our LCK.
But, we're both two boomers, so we don't know. This is Ashe, an Ashe era, which I personally quite enjoy.
This is Showmaker and Kellen being incredibly uncomfortable.
They didn't want to. They were swept up in the shenanigans as Envy really is committing. I personally think Envy. You know, I don't know what he's doing, but he's giving it his all, and I appreciate that. I appreciate his commitment to the silliness.
Absolutely. I like the heart from Kingen, although, I mean, that's just a regular ceremony that we see from almost everyone. We're kind of a bit light on the ceremonies this week, unfortunately. It just hasn't really been a big one for getting those in there. But you can vote now in Twitch chat who did it best. Who was the best ceremony? Was it the guy who blinded himself and then played guitar? I think that was probably the most interesting.
My guess.
I think that Gumayusi's probably going to win because you just do this and you win. It's the way to.
Might be a bit of team diff on that one, Atlas.
Might be a little bit of team diff, but we're all about making sure that you can have different avenues to just vote for your favorite player somewhere. And he hasn't been able to get enough POG points because Carrier and Owner have just been too good. Let's have a look at the schedule, though, and go into what we're going to see this week, because this week is epic. There are some really massive matchups. We're starting off with a lighter day today, but things do start to heat up. KT versus Genji are where my eyes are settling, as Harmor Life Esports versus DK is absolutely huge for breaking up sort of our top half of the standings. And then KT Live Sandbox to round it out. Like, this is a huge week.
There is a couple of really cool high-impact matches, and there's a couple of matches that are upsets waiting to happen.
Yeah, trap games.
We get a crazy one every time, because on paper you look at, say, Nongshim
Sandbox KDF.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, well, I'm a Sandbox believer, and even I get a little bit scared. Kwangdong have been somewhat trending down, and I think that both Brion, Kwangdong, and Nongshim are kind of hitting, lose as much as we mean, like, losing as a team stops being funny at some point.
Yeah.
And they're getting into more and more difficulties. I'm not going to say that DRX are suddenly going to start stepping up to D+, but at the very least, that team looked like they were slowly on the mend. And that's, I think, a large reason of why we have predicted them against Nongshim. But
wow, we are so incredibly aligned this week.
Yeah.
I almost predicted Kwangdong Freaks over Live Sandbox. After what we saw between Live Sandbox and Nongshim, I felt like if you're a team with like 0.5 more ability to win, you could probably win.
I quote, I will vote against anyone. Doesn't matter who they face, I will vote against Sandbox. And here you are, Atlas.
Yeah, I know. I realized that the whole idea of a prediction is for you guys to understand who we think is going to win. And I couldn't actually think that Kwangdong Freaks are going to win. I just think that there's more of a chance than there could otherwise be if you have a look at the standings.
Certainly.
But do you know what it's time for? It's time to get into our first match. So it's also time to throw it over to Valdez and Wolf to take us there. Boys, take it away. And take away the intro as well. Let's go.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here to start off a new week. It is week 7 here at the LCK. I'm Valdez. With me is Wolf, who's holding up a very nice 7. We're going to start off with T1 up against Kwangdong Freaks. This one, on paper, should be all T1s. What do you think about this, Wolf?
We have a lot of series like this in the LCK where you walk in going, all right, T1, clear favorites, might be a very fast and one-sided match, and then game 2 T1 happens. We see some experimentation. We see some really fun stuff come through. And sometimes it's still a 2-0, but my point that I'm getting at here is not only is this a favored matchup for T1, but arguably the biggest patch we've had this season since the beginning of spring. So melee support's coming back here, so much more diversity while still having range supports being quite strong here as T1's played around them better than anyone else this season. Aurelion Sol's enabled. We could be in for kind of a special T1 match tonight, I'd say.
Could be pretty fun as T1, with the loss of Bro against DRX, they actually secured playoffs already in week 7. So, and that was actually at the end of week 6. So I'm not sure if that's our fastest ever playoff qualification, but either way, they have done it, and it happens extremely early. They're 11-1 on a 7-game winning streak. Kwangdong Freaks, 4 losses, and yes, they have looked better, I feel like, in round 2, but still, it's hard to ignore all the losses they've taken.
It really is 4 in a row here for Kwangdong Freaks, and you know, it's a matchup tonight where we could talk about improvements, we could talk about changes, we could talk about a new meta, but for me, I think all fans watching this are just looking to see if T1 can adapt to a new patch here. And is it that different, as the desk was pointing out? Not necessarily, but we saw some pretty significant changes to the draft priority of Maokai and melee supports in Challengers this week, so we'll see what happens. Zeus, the massive favorite here in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, you can see, even in the head-to-head, 11-2 so far. But Dudu, I feel like, has really turned it up even for this season. He was even looking good at the end of last season. It's just the teams he's been on have not really been there to support him. So even though individually he is playing better and better, not able to see some big results for Dudu.
He's got a Monka-S face going on in that picture as well. Like he just realized Zeus is his lane opponent for today. As this is for me the most exciting aspect, as Faker with the Aurelion Sol question mark here and all of the supports that may be fading away here for Keria on this patch. What do T1 play as we head into 13.4 is a question we will only know the answer to after this series ends. And if you're T1, you also could just play exactly the same as you have all season long and show nothing. As you get closer and closer to playoffs, you have some tougher opponents coming up towards the end of the second round. So it really is just up to the coaching staff as to what they want to show us here.
Yeah, we're going to be on 13.4 for a couple of weeks, so I think that in their first match, maybe they won't show too much. Although, you know, there's always the flip side where it's like, well, maybe we'll show this and win with it really hard against Kwangdong Freaks, but we're actually not preparing this for the future. So we'll just throw it out now and throw our future opponents off and see what that goes for. It's Kwangdong. Here they are.
Here they are. A team that has really improved quite a bit. You know, they're on that loss streak, the 4-match loss streak we talked about in the points of the match, but the improvement, you can definitely feel it, and that's not something I think we could really say about some of our other bottom teams. Like, the level of improvement is quite big here, and we have seen some drafts that we haven't liked as much from this team in recent times, but you could tell they're trying to figure out what they want to do identity-wise here. And once again, on a new patch with CV Max here, Seasons of Scrim, etc., etc., they have a lot of opportunities to show what they think is strong here on 13.4.
This is talking about trying to escape the east side of the bracket. They're pretty far away, but it's not impossible for this team. They basically need to win every match from here on out, though. So we'll see how they go with that one. As T1, they did secure playoffs, as mentioned earlier on. And a lot of eyes on them to see, you know, there's a lot of talk recently, especially on Twitter, about how these guys basically just, they pick out a new champion or they play an old champion with a new item, a la, you know, Zeus on Jace with Gore Drinker, and then everybody plays it because they're like, oh, this is the new meta, T1 did it, so this is actually the meta.
Gragas mid flex all over the LEC immediately after T1 does it, right? And This is a team that has accomplished so much. You look at the T1 banner and you see all of the LCK titles. You think about all their international success. And right now, all eyes are on this team to maybe even take MSI. Like, we've gone that deep, we've gone that hype. So the key player matchup here, you see Zayas definitely leading in most of these metrics. You take a look at gold difference at 14. This is often from his solo kills, where he's number 2. But sometimes just based on the fact that T1 will take a Herald and instantly drop it topside, give him all those plates. The guy has really snowballed T1 so well, and even in bad matchups, he will get resources from owner and win out, because the bottom side has always been kind of guaranteed with how well Guma and Keria have played these prio lanes. But it's a moment here for T1 where you start to wonder, is this season more impressive than Spring 2022, where they broke records, they had a better match score, but the way that they are doing it in the more dominant fashion we're seeing them do it here, plus the fact that they're constantly iterating and constantly improving week after week and changing the meta, it feels like every single patch. To me, the 2023 version of T1 here, and by version it's the same roster, but their performance here is more impressive even than what we saw from them in 2022.
Well, we're definitely approaching that, if we haven't hit it already. It does feel like T1 really have a huge control. Like, they have the palm of League of Legends in their hands, or in their palm, right? They have League of Legends in the palm of their hands. And it's kind of crazy where they're bringing everything here as Faker. Again, just going for a little reboot before we get into the game.
It's hard to be Faker, right? I mean, that's not the whole sentence I was going to say. That's true. But
it's hard to be Faker.
It's hard to stay motivated and crush all of your past achievements every time. He's always chasing the ghosts of his past while writing new history, whether it's new meta, old meta coming back. The Gragas he played 10 years ago mid, he pulls it back in again. He comes up with a strategy, he plays it well, he creates this new flex pick, and we're on a new patch here now. And let's see what T1 could do, because they don't have to impress us. They don't have to prove anything, but it seems like every week they just will, Valdez. Yeah. They just will.
They just will. As CV Max on the record, actually, after their last loss, as saying, it's taking longer than I expected for these players to improve in their gameplay. So we haven't been too kind to their drafting. I think that's also part of it, but I think CV Max is realizing, like, hey, this team needs a lot of time to actually get to the level that he wants it to be at. So even more pressure mounting, especially with the loss streak that they're on, and now they're against T1. So generally coming into these matches, you have to have an air of like, okay, we're not expected to win. There's no pressure. But I'm not sure that Kwangdong Freaks feel like that right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. CV Max has been notoriously frustrated with his players' performances over the years. And, you're 2-10 here. You're a high-profile coach at CV Max now, and you're expecting more. And I think these players have more to show. And I disagree somewhat with him. As I mentioned earlier, I think the improvement has been there, but it's not to the level he wants thus far. As we will see a Karma ban here actually on blue side becoming more popular, so some of these prio picks for the bottom 2v2 taken away, all of them really now, with Karma, Varus, and Caitlyn. Lucian is removed here too, so we might be going down a little bit of a handshake route here.
Yeah, the only thing is that T1 is the one team that you never know when they're just going to play like Jhin Kalista. They do love their Lucian, but it's banned this time. So, the Zeri does get picked up, and we're probably going to have to see something a bit out of left field here for T1.
Could be a Sivir draft. That was the handshake I was referring to, but it doesn't have to be. Could be something like an Aphelios pick here with Nautilus. We've seen Nautilus so strong into the Zeri. They're not going to prioritize AD carry right now. Would rather get this Jace flex pick here, which is so incredibly strong. Hasn't changed anything on this patch.
That's the other thing about T1 is that you don't have to pick your AD carries this early on if there's something really strange, right? They are not the highest priority for every other team in the LCK.
I was jokingly talking with the casters about this with the Aurelion Sol pick. This is a pick that's very weak for T1's playstyle because they often win so early that the Aurelion Sol would never really be able to get to his full power. But if you're drafting like this and you've opted into a Zeri and scaling AD carry matchup, that's certainly where you're going to have the most opportunities to get value out of a pick like Aurelion Sol. And as the Space mentioned, I also don't think we'll see it today. To be totally honest with you guys at home, I'm sorry, but I don't think we'll see it. But hey, anything is possible in a series like this. It will be the Lulu into Owner's Lee Sin. He has an undefeated 6-0 win rate on this pick. As I guess we're just doing hovers now.
I mean, I was reading Faker's lips, and I swear that he said, yeah, I want to play it. But, you know, maybe it's just me hoping for it as well. As Bulldog's certainly thinking about it, I don't think this is something you can pick this early on and blind pick it.
Yeah, I think it's extremely risky to blind pick Aurelion Sol. His weaknesses are his lack of escapes, you know, his ability to be one-shot very quickly, as he can take damage even while he's traveling. So very difficult to execute, as Sejuani will be picked up here. So we're going down that same path here for Kwangdong Freaks. They've got their jungle and their bot duo on lock. T1, on the other hand, keeping a lot hidden here. And something like a Nautilus pick right now wouldn't really reveal that much about their draft, but they'll take another flex, the Gragas here. So the Gragas Jace, you just don't know where either of these are going. So even though T1 have picked solo lanes, they actually still have counter pick, essentially, here on red side.
I mean,
crazy.
Keria can play Gragas, no doubt. We know that he can play Lee Sin as well, so that makes that even more interesting. But again, as you mentioned, you know, these could all be flexed just amongst the top 3 as well, the top 3 roles. As now, actually, some supports will be taken away here. The Nautilus.
The Nautilus was the one I thought T1 might grab because I think they want it in this draft against Zeri, regardless of what AD carry they're going to play. But since they prioritize this flex of the Gragas Jace, they will lose that opportunity to play it. Thresh, I don't think we'll see as a ban here. Might see a targeted ban on something like the Aphelios here, or a Draven, I think would be a pretty safe bet. You also could ban Kalista right now and feel pretty good about that, because Gragas could also be flexed to support in this particular case, and we know how well T1 can play a various amount of Kalista lanes. So if I was going to ban, I'd be thinking about Draven, I'd be thinking about Kalista here. You've already taken away the Nautilus. The worst support you could face is this Zeri lane. And it is just going to be Aphelios, could be Aphelios. Thresh, going back to an older era.
Yeah, Aphelios hasn't seen a lot of success so far, but, you know, it is Guma. So we'll see how it goes from there. This is going to be his first game of Aphelios this season.
Oh, Bulldog, man, he is really teasing it. And against the Gragas, you'd feel pretty okay about that lane. Against the Jace, you're feeling a lot worse about playing Aurelion Sol. It's just so hard to pick this up when the threat of Jace Lee Sin is so prevalent. And we'll see the Renekton come through here very late. And honestly here with the Victor in mid, I think both options for T1 pretty viable here. Much more standard to have the Jace play around topside in a matchup like this with the Gragas facing the Victor. But you don't necessarily have to, because the threat of the Sejuani playing around top.
Hey!
And yeah, this is the hype moment, because you know this is a strong 2v2 for Guma Keria. It's buffed on this patch, the Q build that was being mentioned by Chronicler earlier. So it just feels like we've gone back in time a little bit here, and Keria plays this iconic Thresh. We have the Aphelios here for Guma. He's a great Aphelios player.
One of the first games where I realized that Keria was to be goated in the future was actually his Pyke. First of all, we were all like, wow, okay, his mechanics are 10 out of 10, actually. But then when, the moment where it kind of sealed the deal in everybody's mind was when he started playing Thresh. And we were like, oh, okay, he's actually just the best. And that was like 2-3 years ago. So now he's playing it here in 2023. And it's a super iconic pick for Keria for the reasons I just mentioned. And finally it's back in the meta, so he gets to play it again.
This draft for T1 is in some ways like the most boring standard draft you could have in a meta like this. But it feels new because you're having the Thresh come back here. But the way in which they did it, by grabbing 2 soul lanes, which are then flexible, knowing that it's hardest to ban this team's bottom 2v2, actually gave them a red side strength we haven't even seen that much before, where they're like, oh yeah, normally if you lock in soul lanes on red side, it's a terrible idea because you don't have counter pick anymore, you don't have that flexibility, and the bottom meta is usually limited. T1 are like, we are the bot meta. What we do is what others follow. Yeah. And I'll give you the Zeri first. We'll take these 2 soul lanes and then bring up, yeah, Aphelios Thresh. Boring, old school, but it's Keria on the Thresh. Beautiful drafting once again.
Absolutely. And Faker back on the mid Gragas. Let's see how it all goes down as we hop on the rift for game number 1. All right, here we go. And yeah, that's what we were talking about, you know. T1 can basically play anything in the bot lane, so they just get to prioritize top of the map picks in the draft, which is not something that any other team is allowed to do, basically. Other teams have tried. It's like had middling success, but yeah, it's really impressive when you can do this in a draft, and it's a very important point, so I really just wanted to hammer that home.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a T1 exclusive right now. I don't think you would trust D+, for example, with these 2 picks the same way, because Zeus can play both the Gragas into the Renekton and the Jace into it. You know, you see the Bulldog Victor, and you're like, all right, well, we're playing Gragas mid, right? We want to get that, you know, stacked up the rod early, do a damage build for this Gragas where he has a lot of extra utility. And in this draft against the Zeri, I don't think we necessarily see Gore Drinker this time for Zeus because, yeah, you can deal with the Renekton and the Sejuani. They're kind of up in your face, and you can have some extra survivability that way, but the extra damage you have plus the engage that Faker's going to give you, you have a Lee Sin. I like the Eclipse build here. I think both are fine, but we'll see what Zeus ends up doing. He's got to be so respectful of Carius Thresh, the best Thresh player in the LCK.
Yeah, that's... That's why it's such a big deal.
And that's putting it lightly, I would say.
Yeah,
like, I feel like that wasn't
far away of everybody else.
That wasn't very polite of me to say, was it? I would just say he's the best Thresh player.
I think it's okay.
Doesn't tell the real story, you know, and I'm a big story guy here at the LCK.
It is, yeah, it's a pretty straightforward way to put it. We did have the call first for Guma. And it's crazy that here on 13.4 as well, that Kwangdong on blue side felt it was necessary to go for Caitlyn, Karma, and Varus bans.
And then T1 just don't pick it till the last rotation.
And that's the thing. That's why it's so strong, because then you just give Owner's best champ, which is Lee Sin. He's only played it twice, by the way. 2-0. Lee Sin is 6-0 currently in the LCK. Yeah. But Zeus' best champ on the Jace, too. And apparently Faker's, you know, like he's back here on the Gragas. Now, enough about this. Let's see this gank from Young Jay. Zeus does read it early, but is going to have to flash away. Still a bit of damage in due to not really in flash range himself, as the Q just going to, you know, a little bit close there to Young Jay, but not going to land.
Not quite going to stick. As you can see, the 6-0 I was mentioning earlier for Lee Sin in total. And Owner going to get scouted here by this ward. He knows it, but still wants to hover here and keep the pressure on. And with the call start for Guma, he's just going to play weak side down on the bottom side of the map and not really care. So Owner can just do this. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You know, one of the reasons we could have maybe seen the Jace mid instead of the Gragas is because there is some pressure here for Young Jay on this Sejuani, you know, with the Renekton top. But see if they actually are going to pull this off.
They have no idea. Zeus, no flash, going to knock the Renekton away, but Dudu has flash. Zeus is just dead. No way for him to get out. They totally get around T1's vision. A very nice play as Ingo's Owner going to miss the Q, as now he's got to flash away. As down in the bottom lane, I guess June might just die here as the Gravitum hits. And now Taeyeon is trying to trade it back. Carrier trying to get in front of these Qs, and the play is there! Double kill for Guma in the bottom lane.
Incredible play from Carrier there. Doesn't even need to flash for it. Positioning so good. 23-9, again, not really even telling the story of how impressive this Thresh player is. Good play as well. And that's a kill bottom side here too. In fact, for Gumayusi, you lose your control of the top lane just because there's a momentary lack of vision. It's a great play from Young Jay here over the wall. And Zeus is just caught a little bit off guard by this. He also checked the vision moments before, knowing that Owner was there. Didn't see him ward. And so I felt pretty good. And even if you're seen here, you still push the Jace away. But as soon as this happens topside, this is when Carrier presses Q and goes in, right? Because he knows that Sejuani's not coming back top. They actually have so much power here with this Ignite. And if you get the hook off, you're going to be able to make this work. And then Carrier trades places here with Guma to block those Qs, as you pointed out. 2 kills for the Aphelios. He's already built a BF sword.
Oh boy.
And it's not feeling great here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, getting 2 kills with a call is basically like you are slingshotting yourself to the moon. As an AD carry player especially, is Faker going to stop the back? Very nice, especially with the lane in the place that it is. But yeah, it is a massive boon for T1's bottom side here, as Owner's just going to get started here on the Mountain Drake. There are a lot of shenanigans up in the top lane, and Youngjae's going to continue with this. I mean, might as well.
He still has flash.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good scene.
Dude should have blocked that, I guess.
Yeah, good angle there from Zeus, though. Is able to check both brushes that way. Also has that ward there. That was clean. And I agree with the game plan here for Kwangdong Freaks. You know, the Zeri Lulu lane should be self-sufficient. You got caught by a thresh hook. That shouldn't happen on the bottom side. But otherwise, you want to play around top side here where the Jace is vulnerable because they opted into the Gragas mid. They got a kill. They got a flash. Nearly a second there on the top side. There was an opportunity there. But the game state is so broken up by this Fed Aphelios. And they grab the first Drake as well, Mountain Drake.
Okay, Youngjae in position, but Faker is coming down here as well, level 6. As he opts not to go for it, actually. And Owner is going to show himself.
And he forgot. He's like, oh yeah, Bulldog is the guy who just pushes mid hard, isn't he? He doesn't ever come down.
Yeah.
He's the ghost victor, right? And Bulldog is just going to push this. So Faker decides, all right, I think you guys just don't overextend here. Owner is going to cover the push. And now actually rotate up to look for a gank on the Bulldog.
Oh, Bulldog.
Good dodge.
Yeah, very nice dodge. He stopped there for a moment and got in range of a cask play, but Faker wanted to get the body slam first with the rotation. Not able to happen, so Bulldog is totally safe.
That's pretty huge. Doesn't have to flash. And this game is going to slow down again for a moment, but T1 absolutely, if they would like to, have the ability to group up for this Herald with the power that Guma has this early in the game and the Zeri that has no power in this game will not for a very long time. And they could just choose to keep the Aphelios bottom and kind of slow this Drake down, or the Herald, excuse me, down if they want to. And this is what's so frustrating because we haven't talked about this in a long time, but Aphelios can shred plates so quickly if left alone in the lane. So Zeri is kind of forced to be down there. And if he leaves, you know, if he pushes a wave through and leaves and T1 go over to the Herald late, you have to be like, okay, is he going to the Herald? Is he coming back to lane? It's very awkward here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, Carry has kind of been on the roam, so a very annoying lane state here on the bottom side for the Kwangdong one, as he's going to hit another hook within the minions. Does not matter. June, he has no flash, actually. Was about 2 seconds away. And even if he did flash, I'm not even sure. That's a 3rd kill here for Guma, as not going to hit this hook, but he's got a Lee Sin, who's got a kick. So that is an easy one. Owner, he says, I'll take this one this time. As meanwhile, Crescendo on the bottom side, Wolf.
Yeah,
where have we seen this before?
Yeah, Crescendo, he had it prepped too for this. Like, he has it prepped. He has the gank set up here for Owner. They see an opportunity earlier, and this is the best way to give a Herald. As T1, yeah, you give this one over to Youngjae, but he doesn't have a great lane to drop this in outside of top, perhaps, and the bottom side is completely cracked open. And the cool thing about this positioning here from Karya, too, is he knows that Taeyun has flash down, but he's actually looking for June, who's lost his earlier. And the way he plays this and sells the idea that he's going to hook the Zeri and then goes for the Lulu through the minion wave is so crazy. We'll watch it in the replay in a moment, as we're not done up
Oh,
here.
he doesn't have his... Okay, he's actually going to go in on to Owner here. That's a lot of damage with the ult as well. Owner just going to flash away. Q dodged by Youngjae's flash, as the damage coming out from Zeus is a huge amount. Flash in, gets the last auto. And now Dudu here with flash of his own and a couple of dashes. He should be okay. But, well, a little bit too deep when they're behind.
So that's where you could probably drop the Herald. Unfortunately, not anymore. And I think that's the idea here, is try to push up, set up for a gank, push Owner away.
Guma has Bloodthirster.
Watch this angle from Karya, man. Look at the positioning that Zeri runs down, because Zeri doesn't have minions to defend her. So she actually kites back, and then he goes in for the hook between the minions. Then sets up this Lantern, by the way, for Owner to come in here even faster. Pushes him away from the turret, and the kick is clean. So, oh, well played. And here you're like, all right, well, if we set up top side, we should be able to Herald drop this. You know, the wave is pushing, you have the Renekton, but this ends up being a stay too long.
Dominus in the top lane. Zeus is backing away from this one. This is happening in live. Doesn't amount to too much.
Yeah. Zeus gonna grab that kill, and in live, there's no Sejuani up your top side, so even though you ult this and push Zeus out, he has TP, so where's your Herald value? Unfortunately, you were trying to set up on the previous play we just watched in the replay, and now, you know, you got this Herald, but you lost everything bottom, and you don't have anywhere to put it, unfortunately. Not at this moment in time. Could try to drop it mid, but it's not the place you want to snowball right now.
Well, it's Infernal Drake. I'm not sure if these Drakes are going to matter too much, as tons of damage coming out. Nice dodge on the Shock Blast. As here comes Young Jay. Dudu, no dominance, but he does have Flash. Throws it straight into Zeus, who does not have Flash of his own. Dudu just playing it safe, waiting for the stun angle, as here's Taeyun. Comes in, picks up a kill, gets double buff. Okay.
And this is going to be first turret going over to T1 at the same time, but this is a really cool way to lane swap your Zeri out of the bottom side, which is completely doomed. Set it up with a gank. Their top side play has been really creative here. They will get these plates as well with the Herald crashing through. Still trading down here as Guangdong Freaks, but I think this is the best move you can make right now. The fact that Jace is vulnerable here, you know he doesn't have Flash. You can push up topside with your Zeri, set up for that kill and Herald drop, while just conceding the point here on that bottom turret. Let Dudu come down and farm freely here to catch those waves.
Oh, wow.
And
it's Hextech Rift after it started Mountain Infernal.
Yeah, this is the unluckiest scenario ever.
Oh, poor.
But this is how you play this, right? You use this gank to get the Zeri in a lane where she could farm and, you know, try to get her some gold, put these plates into her pocket. She can go down mid, get some additional money. As Guma is actually going to match that top side here for a little while and just try to push her out, which the biggest loser of all this awkwardly is kind of the victor, who's like, where's my money? You know, I would like to get some money. I would like to be safe. I would like to have some opportunities.
Well, he's going to flash that cask. Looks almost like he got hit and then he flashed, but very frame perfect there from Bulldog. He will stay safe, but has to use his flash. Guma can kind of just follow the Zeri around the map. Was like a nice little momentary swap, but I think now that Guma can just stay up here. Look at him, he's got a BT and another BF sword, like a finished call. Zeri doesn't even have an item yet. He's like only halfway too.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough.
The shield bow is not even a spike for him either. You know, I mean, when he gets to the shield bow, he's going to be like, well, I don't die as easily. Okay.
Okay, well, there's no cask, but does not matter as Bulldog does not have flash, so Faker easily able to set that one up, and Owner will collect.
Dodge the last body slam, not going to dodge this one. And Lee Sin has great gank assist with that. If you can hit it, just guaranteed Sonic Wave.
Well, Keria just missed a hook.
I feel like he's missing some on purpose. Like the one we saw topside a moment ago.
He's going for the 500 IQ hooks, you know? Like not the straight up ones. He's trying to look a little cool after his first couple that were very strong and very impressive. Trying to outdo himself.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if he gets the predict on a flash or something, he's going to look really cool. If he misses, do you really care that much at this point? Are you really that concerned?
Yeah, at some point you kind of just give them the benefit of the doubt, you know? If this was a player that hadn't played a lot of Thresh and we saw a couple of hooks like that, we'd be like, well, maybe he shouldn't play Thresh. But because it is Keria.
Yeah, and also if his 80 carry wasn't 3-0 on one of the finished call because of him, you know, we'd be like, I'm not so sure, but I'm pretty sure we know now the gravity field is dropped and Faker's like, yep, gonna chug and slam.
Max range.
Max range. That was so well played.
Bulldog could have potentially had better spacing, but you also can't just sit there and not do anything into the Crocus, as this is just not fair, but we usually pull up this item build and gold difference graph when there is a big difference in the game.
Yeah, it's rare that we see that, but it's usually a tragedy.
Oh, well, Faker's got flash this time, and Bulldog does not, so he's just going to sit here outside of the gravity field, and that will be the end of the victor again, as an exasperated look on Bulldog's face rings true.
This is a player that Bulldog spent his like formative years watching and looking up to and aspiring to be. He's just walking at him, buffers the body slam with flash, holds cask until after the gravity field and just instantly deletes him. Nicely Andres, bro, you know, and that's going to be another turret here. And T1,
well,
they're looking for a dancing herald practically at this point with the lead they have.
Yeah, kind of looks like that game you guys casted yesterday in Challengers, but not quite as one-sided, I suppose.
Yeah, not quite, but very close to at this point. Referring to Game 3 of Breon D+ LCK Challengers yesterday.
You guys should watch LCK Challengers. We have a lot of fun over there. We also talk to chat.
We really do.
So definitely join us there.
탑에 있다. 빅토르.
We'll watch this play.
탑 다운죠.
He has flash and Bulldog doesn't, so even Bulldog knows, right? He's just running away, but you can't get away.
잡았어.
Not gonna happen. Got him.
미드 가도 돼.
You can go mid, push mid. And yeah, that was pretty basic. I mean, the flash timing on the body slam was pretty clean. But that's pretty standard Gragas play. Faker makes the most basic look cool, though, doesn't he?
He does. That is true. Gragas mid is so interesting because he has such great sustain and he's, you know, like pretty passively tanky to the point where compared to some other melee mids, you're gonna have a safe laning phase, and then he's such a playmaker, you know? And if you actually go AP on him, it kind of felt uncomfortable to go AP on him in the top lane because some of those matchups weren't as good for him.
Yeah, there's some all-ins.
Going AP, you know, against a Renekton or something like that. As, oh no, June. Not quite enough damage. But yeah, in the mid lane, it feels a lot more natural, you know?
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, against a Victor, you feel way more comfortable doing this than you would against the Renekton, right? And they wanted a little bit more magic damage in this composition because they have the double core drinker set up here. And it is core drinker for Zeus. We talked about how it might not be in this composition, but it's kind of a better safe than Saria, I guess, angle here this time around.
He fell behind, you know, like he didn't get the Eclipse. He wouldn't have been able to get the Eclipse super early, so I think, you know, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think given the lane state, oh man.
Oh boy. Well, that's Renekton as Keria just hooking the barrel. As he really is going for the TikTok highlights now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe expecting Faker to pull him into his barrel with the cask, but the cask was slightly off. It's understandable.
It was still a really good play and a nice attempt there. It's very difficult to pick the Renekton, unfortunately, so he will trade ultimates, let's say. And now Kwangdong Freaks grouping up here around the top side of the map, trying to set up some vision preemptively, because I know T1 are looking to do that 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, they're like early, they're like, can we do it now? No.
Not yet.
Yeah. Hextech Gate's gonna make this comp even more oppressive. So many playmakers on the side of T1's comp, even the Aphelios can find angles, so really have to play it safe if you are Kwangdong here.
Setting traps like this, certainly can work, especially because it is the non-tank variant here of the Gragas, but Owner is just walking alongside. We call this shadowing. Whatever soul laner is pushed up the furthest at this moment in time, because they have so much CC. Like, Faker can set up a kill with him in a 2v2 easily, so Youngjae, is he setting the trap, or is he actually the one who's about to be trapped, is the question. And Faker's trying to sell this so hard, too. They have a ward, now it's cleared, and Youngjae, I mean, you're not getting anything out of this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting some XP out of the minions that are dying because his whole jungle was taken. Like, the top side of the jungle was taken, and then T1 rotated to the bottom side of the jungle, so actually Youngjae does not get to farm anymore.
Yeah, look at how they just push the Gragas into mid the second that's all taken,
yeah.
And Owner can now shadow Zeus while taking all the farm.
Owner just took every single camp.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Zeus is now protected too and can push this all the way up to Inhibitor. And they spent those 2 minutes that we just talked about pre-Baron taking all the jungle and setting up vision along the way. So there's a line of vision across the jungle here for Kwangdong Freaks that they have to cross in order to come over here and look to contest vision. And T1 can take this like literally on spawn. Look at Zeus, he has TP, but he's already kind of walking up here. And I mean, T1 are like, if you come towards us, we will obliterate you in these choke points in a team fight. Guma's ult's back up. If you don't come, we will take the Baron. And this is kind of a macro checkmate here. And there's just no options for Kwangdong Freaks at all.
Yeah. Something that T1 does commonly is here's the TP. Zeus looks like he went back, got his Manamune, which is about to be Muramana. Very good timing for this, as he can just use a couple here in mid and try to stack that one up, and then they can start the Baron.
One more Q onto anybody, and that is stacked. As they're just going to start the Baron. Renekton walked over a ward.
2 Cs, Wolf.
Yeah.
2 Cs.
2 Cs.
This is already dead as the hook comes in, and Young Jay just can't get in either. As Wild Growth, that is a big piggy, but is it going to matter as T1 kind of just smacking them with their wallets right now. Taeyun casped in, is going to have to flash away as down goes the Lulu, and the chase continues. Bulldog nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And guys, I think this might just be the end of the game. T1's just going to take Baron, ace them, and push mid and end it.
And I don't think you can team fight this way, where you split like this as T1 if Zeri has items, but we're 21 minutes into the game. She doesn't have items, she doesn't have power, and you can win both sides of this fight. You force the Wild Growth to be used not on the Renekton, but onto the Sejuani with a pick that prevents a 50-50 split of the Baron. And I mean, I don't know if there was a better way to play this by T1. I don't know if there was.
Okay, well, that was a game of League of Legends. That just happened. 21.5 minutes. T1 just bopped them on the head with their plastic hammer, and they will take game number 1. Again, a lot of the stuff we talked about in draft, how T1 and their flexibility and how they're able to get so many strong solo laners, it ended up being relevant, but also the fact that then they just picked Aphelios Thresh and bopped the bottom lane, 3 kills, Cull ends 2 items for Guma before 20 minutes. It's just not fair, man.
It's not fair. And there was nothing, I really feel there was nothing that Kwangdong Freaks could have done differently in the draft to get a different result, because you banned all the main problem champions, and maybe that's where you start when we go into game 2, is like maybe leave open the Karma, leave some other opportunities for your lane to get ahead. Maybe if you can match or push into an Aphelios, maybe you get some other advantages there. But I'd say do not pick Zeri into this team, because they will beat you one way or another. Like, they are going to get the bottom prio. They absolutely will, and they will camp top. And even though Zeus died there on the top side because Youngjae had a really clever gank there, it doesn't ultimately matter, because they're getting all into the bottom lane at the same time. Really just, you're not winning anywhere here as Kwangdong Freaks. You're getting out-skilled, you're getting out-macroed once they get a small advantage. And it's like, how do you just get snowballed by an Aphelios who starts Cull, a Rod of Ages on Faker, he doesn't even finish it, because the game is over so fast.
Yeah.
6,000 damage on Agragas. Who cares? He had impactful kills on Bulldog. He stopped him from side laning.
He used his cask a couple of times, you know. That's all he had to do. As, you know, a simple hop, skip, and a jump here for T1 in game number 1. As Kwangdong mentioned it before, you know, you see them in the coach's booth. It feels like they're really feeling the pressure even in this matchup. Not able to best T1 in game 1. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
갈게.
난 봐도 돼. 테리 공켰고. 테리 넘었어. 왼쪽 빠져야 돼. 왼쪽 빠져야 돼.
왼쪽 괜찮아.
빅토르 높을. 테리 높을. 테리 높을. 테리 높을. 테리 풀 빠졌어.
아래도 다 잡았어. 천천히 해봐.
랜턴 2초. 펜타인가?
야 미드. 아 내가 먹었어.
아 그래?
미드 라인 있고.
미드 끝낼만 하겠다.
끝낼만한 것 같은데. 먹어볼래?
Welcome back to The Space, everyone, or if it's your first time here for today, welcome to The Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we're here to break down that T1 victory that was pretty quick, to be perfectly honest. The game kind of ended obscenely early. Let's have a look at the draft, and Chronicler, break it down, because T1 kind of wanted to avoid swap bugs, I think, so they just picked their own champion.
Yeah, just pick everything in the right order. Who cares? You don't need to swap. You don't need to flex, which I love the first half of T1's draft because this in theory could go many a way. You can flex. I know Senna's really good in the current patch as well, so you can even go like Senna Lee again because we know Keria Lee is good. And it's like things like that that make you like, what is happening? Well, in the end, nothing because they'll pick their own champion. And then the Kwangnung draft against a worse team, I think this draft is fine. It's not going to make you excited, but you have a great element of scaling. You have a pressure point with the Sejuani and the Renekton early. We already know that you're able to kind of leverage the power of Zeri and Lulu early on in many situations, as that bot lane has gotten a lot better. But none of that actually happened. And then you just play into a snowballing composition from T1, which I don't even know if they are a snowballing composition, but they did snowball.
They did.
Very hard.
We wanted to find some positives for the Kwangdong Freaks, and so we're going to have a look at Youngjae's early pathing here.
Yeah, things went
the classic red wolf to blue.
Went downhill very, very quickly here. And I want to highlight, this is after he found a first gank that was actually extremely successful. So what he did was he used the new pathing where you go from the red to wolves and then towards the top half of the map. Unfortunately, he tries to do it again later, and this time around, Owner is not that easily killed, and he ends up going down with his life. And this is kind of one of the turning points where, you know, Zeus, which was not even out of the game, he was like 300 gold behind because he had Cole and caught his wave anyway. But things started going downhill pretty quickly and simultaneously, which was the worst part.
Yeah, and they dropped the Rift Herald on the top side of the map to try and get Zeri back into the game as well. And unfortunately, from a losing position like that, all of these early things that Youngjae did just didn't quite work because what we're about to see happened. We can bring up the bottom lane. This is the end of the game, guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is kind of where it was over. Zeri and Lulu had become a much stronger 2v2 in recent times, but that was into lanes that we know, Lucianami, for example, most notably after the nerfs, were not that strong. And Fresh, in his current iteration, I think is quite a versatile and strong pick. But you're also playing against, as the cast mentioned, the best Fresh that we have in the LCK. So after that one hook hit, they died in the 2v2. That was Aphelios with Cole.
Yeah.
And he was playing against a longsword. It wasn't like it was Doran's play, but even taking that into consideration, it's nuts. You should not get a 2v2 kill. Got a BF sword first back. Absolutely disgusting. As thanks to the changes that we've seen, you can now go Q-Max on Fresh, which Keria did. And that is
This is also without the refund for hitting a champion.
Yeah, so if you hit a champion, the cooldown is 2 seconds, which is about 2.5, you know, a little bit more, which is effectively no cooldown.
And we didn't get to see it at all because Keria would hit a hook and then everyone's dead, unfortunately. So didn't quite get an example. Maybe we'll see Keria pick this champion once again when we get to game 2, because I'd like to see some of the stringing together these death sentences. Use the first target, taxi to them, they die, choose the next target immediately afterwards, taxi to them, they die, and you just continue on your merry way like snakes and ladders.
Because even though it was only a 2-second cooldown shaved off, it also, Riot was very, very open about, they wanted to disincentivize WMAX, and I think it worked. I think we won't be seeing WMAX anymore, which is a bit boring. Instead, we'll get no cooldown Qs. But if Keria plays Fresh, then I'm cool.
Yeah, the thing is that like kind of blows my mind is the fact that even if you didn't buff Thresh or change Thresh, like Keria would have been able to do this. Like, been able to do this the whole time.
No. We could only play champions that have been buffed.
All right, let's get into the POG, see whether Keria is going to pick it up or whether it's going to be Gumayushi. My money's on the Thresh, and there it is. 900 points, pulling 100 ahead of his fellow T1 player in Ona.
And Ona tried, really did, but yeah, it was all about Keria or Guma in this one. And because Keria is the setup, He's the one that gets the credit. Very, very nicely done. Hits the first hook and then makes sure that he is able to tank for his AD carry subsequently. And this game was won in like 2-3 hooks?
Yep.
So that was the first one. The game was technically still playable. Not so much after this one, where this leads to another kill going down. Then we get Owner showing up bot side. They get the kill, a second double. And then, yeah, this turret evaporates. And T1 has won games with smaller leads. So give him a lead this size and it's done.
Yep. Carrier is going to be out in front. I think based on his play this season, this makes it's completely fine. Yeah, understandable. The guy has been absolutely incredible. This year so far, 7 out of 11. Understandable.
I like the Owner vote.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna,
Media's like, boom, boom! But everybody else, they knew that it's all about the Thresh. Proud of you guys. Proud of I'm just proud of everyone. I think the Owner vote was a good one, but I think Carrier was an absolute god. Amazing play. T1, let's see whether they can do it again.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Kwangdong. I think that Draft had some weaknesses, but are you going to be able to draft early game against T1 and win? I
Not
don't
entirely sure, but
think so.
I've got two men who are about to find out. Valdez and Wolf, take us away into game number 2.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler. We're here to take you away on a lovely journey. I'm just hoping that game 2 is actually a game of League of Legends and not just T1 bopping their opponents on the head, but I'm not sure if we have too much of a say in that, Wolf.
Well, I, for one, would like to see Kwangdong draft early game, actually, and try it. Because do you really think you can beat T1 at the early game? Not necessarily, but trying to beat them by sitting back and scaling Azaria against the most snowbally team, against the team that will find a win in the bottom 2v2 no matter what, just doesn't seem like the go-to plan. They tried it in game 1. They're sticking on blue side here for game 2. I would love to see just maybe leave something like a Caitlyn or a Karma open and try to play around that on the bottom side. It's June's most played champion, Karma. He's 1-8 on it. Not the greatest score, but obviously they haven't won a lot of series right now here in the LCK. But don't just let T1 run around this draft with 2 flex picks again. Try to get some power, try to force a reaction out of T1.
Yeah, this, I had a feeling these bans are going to look a little bit different because you just ban everything that's meta, and then you pick that, and you just get bodied by a bunch of, top-tier picks, especially for T1. The Lee Sin being one of them.
Kwangdong voted POG the same way I did.
Yeah, I mean, Owner was, we were okay with that one. We weren't really okay with Media Kick W. Although, Guma did get boom boom damage and many gold, so how can you argue with that?
The Karma is going to be banned again, so this does not fill me with confidence that Kwangdong Freaks will be looking for a strong side blue pick here for the bottom lane. And look, if you're going to fight fire with fire against T1, you're probably going to lose, but I think you have a much better chance than trying to outlast T1.
You'll probably get better practice than a 21.5-minute game, I would say. So,
all right, so Caitlyn is also banned. They don't leave that one. As this is the state of the series at this point. Now, let's see if...
Thanks, production.
Let's see if Varus will get a look here for Kwangdong Freaks. Ashe also potentially available if T1 do ban the Varus here. But you've banned Karma, so Varus feels a lot weaker as Kwangdong here if they pick it up. They'll actually take away the Ezreal, which has been Taeyun's comfort pick. We've seen them draft the Ezreal Karma in particular so many times as part of that June 1-8 Karma.
So you have to pick Ashe.
You have to pick Ashe in this.
It's pretty
game.
non-negotiable.
It feels like a trap, right? Like, this is why like Steve Max is like, hold up, like we're not gonna get Sejuani with this, so let's think really hard about what we're gonna follow up with this Ashe pick for, because there's a lot of possibilities of lanes that crush this. See what T1's plan is going to be. Could play Vi here with something like a Draven and just try to all in. You pick up the Nautilus early too if T1 want to have that for Keria. The same flex picks though, Gragas, and the Jace still available. Don't do it to him, T1.
Yeah. Varus.
Denying the Varus Ashe lane.
Yeah. You just go Varus Jhin, you know, like if you really want to fight the Ashe in the lane.
And they'll take the Gragas with that. And now Quantum Freaks have to decide if they want to leave the Jace. Ooh, Elise. They are pivoting. They want a really strong lane down here with a level 3 dive potential setup as well. Oh, this feels like it could go very wrong very early, Valdez. Like I'm starting to get worried already. I love the Maokai response because it's very good anti-dive. And this game is going to be very different than the last. The junglers are going to be bottom side at level 3. They are not going to be top side based on the picks we've seen so far here.
The only issue with this is that Maokai gets bullied early by Elise. At least nowadays, you'll probably go for the tank Maokai build instead of the AP variant.
Yeah.
So as the game comes along, Maokai will offer a lot more.
Jhin denial pick here.
Compared to Elise.
Yeah. But this is very strong with Maokai. I know Atlas is, face palming a little bit maybe, but he's come around a little bit more on the Jhin recently. But the Maokai Jhin, has great synergy. It works very well defensively against Elise. Not at the level 3 dive so much, but at subsequent potential dives here that T1 might want to set up. Let's see what Carrier's got in mind. He doesn't have to lock anything in right now. Rather see the Gragas pick for sure. They had to pick between Gragas and Jace, and they've made their choice.
Very interesting. That could be something that, other teams look at and they're like, okay. We see where your priority is. Because Varus Jace is really strong. Elise can get those lanes ahead, and you can bully with lethality very nicely.
It might be on-hit Varus, too, in this game. Like, we don't know for sure. If we see something like a Nautilus coming through, which again seems unlikely considering the Elise pick, then we'll have to take a second look. But I do think that lethality is going to be the look. I think Quantum Freaks 100% take away the Jace now. Yep, no surprise. And the Jax is taken off the board here too. T1 trying to limit Dudu's potential. We might even see like a Fiora ban here. These are the 2 picks he's really had a lot of side lane control with. And has had the most impressive performances even in losses on. Gnar also something you could take a look at here if you're really worried about potential for the Gragas to have to go top. Silas still available.
I like how we do this slow zoom and wow, Aurelion Sol banned.
I actually think this is not that crazy considering how Kwangdong's draft is going to play out and with the long range follow-up. Like he can follow up on anything, Aurelion Sol can. And if you have Ashe Arrow into Maokai ult, Jin's got the follow-up. You put that E on top of T1 and it gets pretty messy.
I mean, as long as they can get through the early game. I mean, their bottom lane should be able to.
And there's the Nautilus I was talking about. It just means we're going to see a Kalista lane instead. Okay. Well, It is going to be lethality. It is going to be Hail of Blades. It is going to be an absolute kill lane here for T1 with a level 3 gank timing for Owner.
Riot has taken some steps to try to, peel this kind of meta away in 13.4, but it's not gone. No. It's not gone by any means, so if you were hoping it was gone, it's not. Tristana!
Okay, this is really interesting, and I think that this Tristana into potentially the Gragas is quite strong, as Gragas could survive almost anything, but an all-in from Tristana with Maokai support to come over there and gank repeatedly could be so frustrating to deal with. And also, on another way to look at this is you have that Gragas flex now into Cassante, you're not too worried. Could have been like, okay, Gragas is going top. What if they want to play Kassadin here? Because they could have actually pushed the Gragas top and played Kassadin, had a lot of scaling because they have a double AD bottom lane. That would have been a lot of AP damage, but I thought it was a cool idea in that way. Does not look like T1 are interested in playing Gragas top, though.
Olaf. I mean, there is an incredible amount of CC on the side of Kwangdong, and Cassante is pretty much a free lane. So picking this kind of pick into Zeus is very scary.
Both the Olaf and the Fiora can deal with that Ashe Arrow extremely well. The riposte for Fiora means that, when Ashe is trying to make an impact top side where Maokai probably kind of has to play around after that level 3 gank, you have some sort of answer to that. The Olaf could just run through Ash arrows. Fiora can riposte them. But Fiora's going to give you a late game win condition here where you can buy a ton of time around the map. You can get those turrets down. So I like this more, but you don't have a great tank here in this composition for T1 now. You have this Fiora that's not really going to be frontlining in team fights. This game, the decision to go Fiora, I think, really means T1 absolutely have to snowball, as they often do. That is their playstyle, that is their strength, that is what they have defined as the way to play League of Legends right now across all the 13 patches we've had this season. But if you do fall behind, if you do have a hiccup in the early game, it is going to be very difficult to out-team fight this Maokai composition when we do go later.
The signs before said Kwangnung does not give up. That is a Gumayusi Draven sign on the left. Also, maybe like a bounty board for Faker. Not 100% sure about the right one.
He's a hard carry boy. That's what he is. Zeus.
Yeah. It's, I'm guessing that's a reference to Hype Boy from New Jeans.
Yeah, probably.
Which, we got the boomer casters over here, but we know a thing or two as they get fed to us slowly through the memes. Either way, guys, very interesting drafts this time around. We'll see if it goes as fast as game number 1 as we hop into the rip for game 2.
All right, 5-man group up here to try to get an advantage for this Ashe and stack that sickle. Stack that sickle.
Stack that sickle.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Nerf to the regen rate of those charges. Didn't get that fourth one. He's going to only get plus 60. I don't think he would have gotten it with the old one either, but it was close. It was close.
Carrier also got a couple at least. Didn't see if he got 3. Tristana mid into Gragas.
Yeah, this is really interesting because it means that Owner has to be a little bit more careful. Like, before this, it was kind of a default Elise is bottom. She stays bottom. She doesn't need to go anywhere else. She will path bottom. She will stay down there. They will get a bunch of plate gold, get some advantages, take the early Drakes. And then she can think about other things. But now it's kind of like Elise might actually have to help out mid, or Faker's going to have to play a lot more passively this time around. This Body Slam can help you against the all-ins from Tristana, but it's not going to be guaranteed, especially when you have that follow-up stun from Youngjae. It's going to lock you down on the Maokai. And at level 3, usually the Maokai kind of has to be down here for this Jhin Ashe lane, or you're going to have big problems against the Elise, but we'll see what he decides to do here, as he is starting that red buff.
Yeah, level 1. As always, incredibly important on the bottom side, which is why we see all of these crazy 80 carry supports trying to get ahead. And yeah, they're trying to clear out this wave for level 2, but it should almost always go the way of Jhin and Ashe, as that volley was pretty huge. They're going to have to heal here early. Ignite traded back, barrier from June, so that is 3 summoners already gone.
Yeah, and it's Dark Harvest Jhin. Taeun wants to get some of those stacks here early with these volleys coming through if he can, as Youngjae will be here first. This is the bullying, though, we were talking about. And at least coming down here, but is actually maybe going to path mid now, actually, and just completely ignore this. And Bulldog has no idea. No communication here from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, doesn't need to flash, just buffers the hop, and he should be fine. Owner can chase him down, though.
He's got the blast plant.
There's a question mark ping onto him after the repel. And okay, Youngjae down on the bottom side. They know that Elise is not here, but again, it's pretty early on. Let's see if they do go for this, as Owner is pathing down bottom side.
And he didn't use his flash to trade a flash with Bulldog, so he still has a long range he can engage from.
Teleport comes in, Youngjae, even with the flash out of Guma. It's going to be traded down as Keria is going to pick up the kill. Faker will be able to get a flash out of both of them.
Bulldog just stays mid here. He's just pushing this really hard right now. Faker going to lose a little bit of farm as a result of this, and they got his TP, so a huge win across the map here. And I think if Owner does stay on the bottom side of the map. It can get tricky if Ashe rotates over because you're winning the 2v2 in those early levels and then you get slowed and then you might actually lose that fight. So Owner decides he's going to go mid. But in the interim, this push is so good here, and Youngjae was obviously pathing over here to defend that level 3 gank, so he has an opportunity now. That's a kill for Kwangdong Freaks, a Dark Harvest stack, a teleport from Faker, and some free farm mid for the Tristana who didn't have to flash. So talked about how hiccups can be a problem here in this early game. This is a Varus with no farm, and he's just going mid.
Yeah, because of the early death timing from Guma with the dive, he actually just elects to go mid and catch the wave that Bulldog was pushing in. So he can just push it out, go bot, and Faker can just run up the river, and they can switch back. That's totally fine.
Yeah, that was actually really smart from Faker to stick around here and swap it out.
Yeah, definitely communicated within the team.
Still,
the way they want to go for it.
You know, it stems the bleeding. It doesn't feel like you've gained anything from this, but you've definitely made this a better situation than Faker just taking the long way back to mid, and he loses farm, and the Varus loses farm. Still 10 CS behind, as we do see that Drake is spawning here, and Owner is pathing over with the prio they now have at level 3. And summoners were blown from Taehoon and June, which is pretty huge, which is part of why they can put this extreme pressure on here, bottom side.
Harry has double buff too because he got the kill onto Maokai.
So silly, actually.
Yeah, double buff on Callista. But yeah, now it's going to go back to, okay, 3v3 on the bottom side. Owner just running down here as Tristana was coming down through the river.
And they can't get this
stick
break.
around.
Yeah, T1 can't actually grab that early. Baker.
All right. 3v3, actually.
Yeah, actually 3v3. The tri-lane.
Yeah. Real 3v3.
That's
Nice
a ton of
strong.
damage onto Youngjae, though. I don't think he could stay around much longer.
He has a giant spell, which is a ton of health, but you know, still got to be careful. Don't have many resistances at this point.
Okay, we see Owner is wrapping around here, trying to maybe go catch this Maokai and punish him and get
On
some
vision.
vision. Yeah, he's seen, so this isn't going to work out too well.
Oh, but no flashes in the bottom side. They pushed up very far, and June's is going to go down. As now Owner coming in here. Again, no flash for Taehoon. If he hits the cocoon, he's probably dead. Flash cocoon to make 100% sure. And that is a double kill now for Gumayusi.
Well, Guma's got 2 kills now. I mean, it started off a little bit shaky, but now you end up getting these kills off of an overextension from the bottom duo who have no flashes. And Owner rotates around on vision, and you still stay because you want to maintain that prio, but Youngjae is long gone. He's not going to be there to save you. He doesn't have level 6 to save you from far away. So you've really just overstayed your welcome, and now 2 Dirks online here for Gumakeria. What seemed like a lane that was going to kind of slowly collapse here with this added pressure. You have a good play, and they push forward here. Keria, so much damage in these early levels. I mean, there's nothing special about this. He just gets into range there, and now Owner's here. And look at Youngjae. He's just too far away. He can't help out. There's nothing he can do here.
Yeah. Maybe they felt okay because they kind of identified where the Elise is, but also knew that she was rotating. Maybe they thought they had time to back away after clearing the wave, but you overstay for half a second. League of Legends can be, you know, very unforgiving in that sense. You make one mistake where you stay for just a little bit too long, and then you both die.
Faker has
here's
cast.
Faker. Yeah, he's got flash as well.
He wants to just kind of flash this wall maybe, or sorry, slam this wall and then go over here, but he does not actually commit.
This time respected by the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is actually about to be a rinse and repeat setup here, where it's like you're winning lane, but are you? You're pushing a lane, but are you really gaining any advantages?
Mid lane still, you know, we do have Bulldog who is ahead by about 10 CS. Faker's been making more map plays, but, you know, Tristana can push these lanes so quickly.
Faker is...
We will be seeing more of this as this game comes along.
Yeah, Faker is basically using the fact that he's going to get pushed in on to try to get utility around the map, and so far he has, quite significantly. So, yeah, he's behind on gold, but his relevance in this game, his CC, his utility is so high that being down, you know, 250, 300 gold at this point in the game is not that important. Assuming Kwangdong Freaks aren't snowballing everywhere else, which on the bottom side they tried to, they fell behind now. Top side, Fiora having a good time. As this Herald has spawned here, there's just not a lot of control on either team enough to say, yeah, we can walk up and take this. Youngjae has ult. Jin Maokai.
He's going to press that as Owner is here. Going to look to try to turn this one around. The chains do come in as the Cocoon is in onto Youngjae before he can get underground. Oh, that is so unfortunate for him, but that's going to be a double kill now to the side of Guma again, as the gank will fail. Owner in perfect position.
And because June died earlier on, he doesn't have level 6, so he's so close to it. If he has 6, you maybe actually chain that CC together. When Owner gets caught by that ult, that part of the ult, when he gets rooted, then you have the follow-up there with the Ash Arrow, and then Youngjae gets on top. You know, he had Flash, he could have flashed in, but he's just caught by Cocoon, as you say. He doesn't actually get the collapse through. And now it's just more and more plate gold going over to Guma. He's going to be left here alone to get solo plate gold as Keria will grab the Umbral Glaive back at home. So there's plus 175.
The swats again.
It's just really clean here from Owner. He's rooted, but there's no Ash Arrow. June's still level 5. And the damage at this stage in the game, again, it's just so high here with these Dirks.
Yeah. Even, you know, Elise into Maokai, this is a matchup that they opted into, and Elise is going to shred that health. I mean, it is actually AP Maokai, so he is relatively squishy. Yes, he has the Giant's Belt, but Elise almost likes that. She does more damage, so it's like, okay, the Maokai just turns into a piece of paper, and if you get underground with your advance, your Twisted Advance, then you're probably fine, but not the case. Cocoon too early.
Yeah, with all that damage and the electrocute as well, it's just, it's so doomed. And now they're going to get Herald off of this as Keria backed. He's a second 80 carry. Does have a, I thought I saw him buy an early Umbral Glaive earlier. It looks like he
might have swapped it for the Swifties.
Yeah, I think that's what he did, because he wants to get over to this Herald faster. Doesn't need to clear any of that vision. Speaking of vision, look at the area around the Baron pit right now for T1.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
And so he could go there and let Guma stay bot and continue to get solo plate gold here. While the response, remember last time they had a really nice response where they got Herald and they were able to put Zeri top and get her some plate gold. That has not happened in this game. It is not happening.
No, don't think it will. As you mentioned around the Baron pit, around the Rift Herald pit, look at the bottom side of the map too. I mean, as Flash comes in here, Bulldog, he is going to get cast out of midair!
Oh!
Down he goes to smack down to real life.
Oh, no! Oh, and Fade's call to get him out of dodge. Oh, they're just getting plates everywhere. And
Well, I was hoping for a game of League of Legends here in game 2.
I mean, this is a recorded game of the LCK.
Still counts?
Still counts.
Oh no.
Chains.
Oh, Taeyeon's gonna get chained up, and they have the vision.
He has no
now
flash.
June is being run down here. They're actually moving in under the turret to maybe get in there. As Zeus in the 1v1. We haven't even really looked at the top lane, like, forgot these guys existed. As the grand challenge is in, the Vital is on the side of Zeus, as just a little bit too tanky is Dudu, but Zeus can kite this one out.
Yeah, he blocks the Q3. I don't think he wants to go any harder in on this.
The Vital went north, so.
Yeah.
Well, we were reminded that the top lane exists.
Yep, and the mythic advantage that Dudu had is no longer an advantage, as now the Sunder is picked up as Guma.
All right, well, it's going to flash on in. This should be a good Guma, or dead Guma, rather, I should say. A good engage this time from Kwangdong.
I mean, he is a good Guma. He's
a good, yeah.
He's a good Guma.
He's a good Guma, but at the end of the day, he is dead.
Look at this timing of the cast. He
생겼거든?
thought, he's like,
나이스, 얘도
if
큰.
you're Bulldog, you're like, how, there's no way he kills me, right? I actually have jump into flash. Faker's perfect. It's like I have flash, jump.
Yeah, the only way you get out is if you buffer the flash body slam, and good luck doing that.
And then, like, Owner is there to catch him where he lands. Just, it looks like tool assisted. Guma caught out a little bit here. Youngjae, he didn't expect him to come over there. No vision of the path that Youngjae takes, so gets punished a little bit.
Yeah, probably don't back there, but you know, the bottom lane's going very well, so I can understand that.
Because even
It's
though
pretty comfortable.
yeah, in Valdez, even though they get him, like they can't turn it into a Drake or anything like that. Nice try, Taeyoon, but no vision here.
Mountain this time, which would be pretty nice for Kwangdong, but
If they could stack it, you know, if they somehow come
Yeah.
back and stabilize, maybe.
Oh, well, we're throwing Ash Arrows at a Fiora now. Because you might as well use it, right? Like,
If he doesn't
what
propose.
are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, just gonna all out onto Zeus here as Grand Challenge is here. End to Maokai. Does Zeus really care? One more hit on the bottom Vital could do it, but he's just running away as a dodge comes in, but the damage should be enough for Kwangdong as Dudu and Youngjae do get the job done.
Yeah, so arrow goes wide, and then, okay, this is just torture at this point for Bulldog. His owner's here
Another
again.
cask? Another cask? Okay, that's a route here onto Keria. Can't Fates call himself as he does not have blast, but he's just gonna hop away as Taeyeon will fourth shot him in the face. Smite down onto Taeyeon, but owner not able to extend that trade.
The advantages that Kwangdong Freaks are getting with these small wins are very little. As you can see, Keria is a little bit frustrated with himself for that. A little bit of greed there with the Umbro Glaive, trying to come in there and clear some deep vision. Now, he does set up that deep vision here on the bottom side of the map so they could push hard for that inner, where they have a little bit more control bottom side. But you're going to get bounties here as Dudu, a little bit of extra money coming over. But what you really need is a team fight win. These small advantages, these small picks, these aren't what are going to bring you back in this game. You have to do things like this to try to get enough control of the map to make that happen. As this is just really well set up here from Youngjae. After the arrow missed, I guess, and you felt like you're really safe up here as Zeus. You're not, but there's such a heavy commitment that they get the whole bottom turret at the same time. So it's not like T1 is really losing that much as Avaris picks up money bottom side while they're trying to collapse here onto Bulldog. Keria, very greedy for this. And look at the vision he's set up here with that Umbro Glaive. You know, this is there's two benefits to this process, but he is caught really nicely played by Taeyeon. Does have to flash, but gets a bit of gold in his pocket. Now, though, in 3 minutes' time, will they have the tools, the items to win a 5v5 team fight is the real question, because they have no vision on this map.
Yeah, this looks familiar to game number 2. It's a bit earlier. They are setting up for the second Rift Herald. Might as well. But yeah, Prowler's Claw and Yomu's finished on Guma, so it's really difficult to get away from this Varus. Also, he's got the extra lethality, something we always mention with Prowler's Claw and the Mythic passive. So he's really going to be chunking people. There's not a lot of armor on the side of Kwangdong outside of the top lane, especially because Maokai is actually just going AP, even on 13.4, which we'll see how that develops as the games come along.
Yeah, I think in this game, really interesting choice. You just want the extra damage for your burst on your Jhin and the Dark Harvest. Like, I guess that's the idea. When somebody gets hit by an arrow, like, you have all that extra damage, and you're going to try to burn through. It's not my favorite build, but I think considering the comps here, it's acceptable. You know, we'll take it. We'll allow it. And look at how much you have to group as Kwangdong to try to do anything on objectives. And like I said, they really want a team fight win right now. But the longer you kind of happy feet around and try to force vision, you get hit by Varus arrows over and over and over again. Faker has teleport, so there's no cost to him actually hard pushing bottom like this. And when Dudu shows up, you can just leave and go elsewhere. And this process continues. T1 will do this, take this Herald, then push the vision bottom side and take the Drake that spawns, and that's Soul Point. And Kwangdong Freaks, I think, will have to make their stand. Now the Mythics are up, right? You have the Kraken Slayer for this Tristana. This is the stand where you need to have a good arrow engage, blow somebody up, win this fight decisively, and take this Drake, or the game essentially ends. And T1 are now going to, with this Herald, try to get that extra prio and have the better group here. You just have to be decisive as Kwangdong. If you let this one go, you let the game go, I think.
You see that the majority of the gold difference is in the bottom side, although a healthy 800 lead for top and jungle as well, combined for T1. Still nothing compared to the 4,000 plus on the bottom side, so that's definitely a thing that is going on. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see when Kwangdong actually do make that stand. Doesn't seem to be on this third Drake.
And Bulldog has TP, so he can push top before this happens, and they are grouping. I think they have to, right? I mean, this is the fight where you're hitting your only and your last spike. If you don't actually get advantages out of this Kraken Slayer and the Dudu engage here before the Fiora starts rushing you inside, it's like you lose this game. And the longer you wait, the damage comes through. So you have to hard engage. You have to look for that arrow, June. Where's it going to be? Who are you going to hit?
Well, he doesn't have too many choices here. Fate's Call available. Yeah, it's just everything is thrown into Fate's Call, and yeah, it's got a lower cooldown, but for this fight right now, T1 are in a great spot as the arrow damage way too much. Just pierces through.
And you
just name does define.
It's so hilarious because the arrow missed, quote unquote, but as Guma is in the front there, he's the only target you realistically have for your arrow, and he's got the Fate's Call. No one else can really be hit. No one else can be collapsed on.
Not a choice.
It's like T1 don't give you a choice, and then you have to do something because those Varus arrows are coming through. You try to collapse. The Fate's Call allows you to re-engage as T1, as Keria gonna take a huge shot.
Hey, Dark Harvest. Nice.
Getting a few of those. A few of those coming in.
You know? Do a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, just a little bit.
No Drake take, yeah?
Wow. They're just luckier than you. Jesse
Sometimes
Pinkman.
that's the way it feels. Yeah. Well, June, again, as I mentioned before, the cooldown will be much lower for the Ash Arrow, even at this time, even on rank 1. So June has Arrow. Keria does not have Fate's Call. As, that seems to be a dead ass, so maybe it won't matter. As Repel comes up, Owner not able to finish him off.
KTP, though, coming down here. Nowhere to run.
No, he's like, come on, this is unfair. Just gonna get body slammed. As Faker finds the flank teleport ward, and Youngjae just disappears. Again, he's not very tanky, so yeah, T1 just way too far ahead. That's gonna be the end of them, and maybe the end of the game, as are they even gonna go to the Drake? See a bunch of people. Actually, the Baron just spawned, so might as well take that one, Wolf.
Yeah, you might as well, you know. Faker's going to chase down this pesky Tristana. He's had enough of that. He's going to come over here. They don't have any vision, so Bulldog is like, maybe I can kill this turret on my way out. It's going to be awkward. Nice dodge. He wins this now, maybe.
All right, all in. No cask for Faker. He's got body slam, though, and the barrel on the ground misses, as Seraphs is already done. What?
Yeah.
What are we... Oh, man.
And he can't
Baron
actually
gone.
kill him. He can't actually kill him.
No, Faker's going to kill him.
Faker's no flash.
Because in an extended fight, yeah.
Well, if you if you jump on the body slam.
Hey, the arrow into Cassante. Nice, got him. You did it.
I guess the communication is go, go, go. The arrow is coming. That's a little bit mistimed there. And Faker's like, all right, well, if you're coming to me. Now they're going to get this Drake with the Baron buff set up. Oh, this game is it's a bleak one, isn't it? It's a bleak one. 10,000 gold to lead.
Yeah, again, like I said, I just, I wanted to cast some League of Legends, but instead we just got, I don't know, Bot Master 2000 instead. This isn't even the same game.
Look at this, by the way. Who do you hit with this arrow? Maybe you can hit Keria.
They used everything on the Guma.
Yeah, maybe you can hit Keria there, but you don't have the good follow-up angle for Keria. You have the angle on Guma, but he's going to get Fate's called, and you have no options really. And the follow-up here is just insane. Guma is playing a great game of Lethality Varus, and this TP is insult to injury.
All right, well, they found Donor.
Keria also
Nice.
flashes. So some
Nice.
big grabs here, but it's too late. Baron's already taken. You know, the Drake is already gone. You can only get these picks when T1 overextend here into your realm of vision, because arrows, you could fire them blind, but if they don't hit, doesn't matter that you have this Ashe pick. You know, you don't have enough vision to aim around the map and actually set up for those picks until they come to you. And with this Umbroglaive, even with the nerf, it's really easy to set this up. And this is exactly what T1 did in game 1. Just top to bottom. Take all the camps, take all the vision. Owner dies for it, but what's the end result? T1 just push somewhere else. They've already got that mid inhibitor.
Still have a minute of, oh boy. Chains come on to Youngjae. He has to just flash away, as even Zaves is here. I mean, not as well. Owner is not, though, because he did just get picked. Looks like he's going to just go into mid.
And, I mean, Bulldog, you got a turret?
Yeah, they're holding on,
I would not
They're holding on, that's accurate,
I would not
right?
say holding on. I don't know, holding on, the way you said it implies that, like, hey, hold on, there's still a chance.
Yeah, look, the graph is slowly angling up.
All right.
Just a little bit. It's not a very big slope, but,
They found the one place here where there's not enough vision. They dodge the spiderling, so Owner thinks he's safe. He's not. Like, Owner did his due diligence.
He didn't get it in the brush, though, so... Yeah.
Look, he tried, Valdez, all right?
He did try.
We found
that's true.
That was proof right there. That was actually just Owner and T1 saying, like, or the production saying, like, these players are human, okay? Like, you can't do everything perfectly all the time.
Guma looks juicy here, but he's not. Keria is here with Fate's Call.
Yeah. I mean, if you bait a Fate's Call before an objective fight, you're like, okay, but objectives are a long way away, and you're just...
feels like you have to. Otherwise, if they have Fate's Call, you basically have to find either Owner or Keria. Those would be your best options in terms of engaged targets, as there is the Maokai ultimate. Just going to line up for this one as a bunch of damage is coming in. As Zeus, by the way, is behind enemy lines, has found Taeyun, and it took a while for them to even notice, as he is getting CC'd up, as the two top laners will be traded here, but also Keria will go down. Guangdong are kiting this out.
Front to back fight here potentially if they could stay out of Faker's range. He has flash.
Oh, he messes it up. It's not. Oh.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Guma's just incredibly fed at this point. And looks like he hasn't even Prowler's Clawed yet. Just going to hit that one as well. Double kill comes in. And they win the fight. Wasn't as clean.
He didn't zig or zag there. As Rod of Ages will going to finish this time as we crest the 25-minute mark. And Faker hits level 16. Taeyun, run!
Well.
Wait. Okay, that was Faker at... Okay, wait. Wait.
Yeah.
Don't run! Yeah, Faker actually didn't back there. He just teamed top with... That was an interesting choice.
He had a very sheepish grin on after that one.
Yeah, I guess.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
That wasn't the plan. All right, this looks like, oh, maybe we caught Guma. Ult's coming through from Youngjae, curtain call. Fate's Call. And then Faker here with Zeus coming to the back line, he's like, I'm gonna flash on him with the body slam. It doesn't matter. Zeus actually takes a ton of damage to just take it out, and Faker's like, got him. Wait for it. Yeah. Wait for it.
It wasn't even a clean fight.
It wasn't, and then Guma's there. He actually doesn't hit him with the body slam. Guma doesn't care.
Yeah, messes it up. And this is just, I'm surprised we're even getting a replay of this. Bounces off the teleported to minion, and then just crits him.
Yeah, that was,
a choice you could make.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, it's almost like he just clicked on the mini-map and remember that Jin was there, so he wanted to just prep the top wave for the Baron fight, then back, and okay, this isn't going to hit anybody. I'm trying to figure out the reason why Faker did that, but either way, not going to be too impactful in the grand scheme of things.
Sometimes it's better not to know.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, Maokai is just dead. Look at the damage again. Like, he did actually build a tank item, but a little bit too little too late.
Need some time for those resistances to come through. You need to be able to fight for a few seconds.
So that is Mountain Soul to T1.
Yeah, and Baron is up. So Mountain Soul into rush to Baron. Zeus could stay bottom side. He's actually just going to TP to help rush this down faster instead, because it looked like maybe Guangdong Freaks were going to try to get the jump on them.
Wait, they're so fast.
Yeah.
Zeus is coming in off the TP. Taeyun, no chance for him. As Jun also just going to throw in Guma just to get him another kill. He's now 10-2 as they're just running him around the map. Again, bopping them with their little plastic red hammer, basically. As that's going to be the Baron to the side of T1. This should eventually be a kill.
Just pan away like they do in the movies, please. Pan away to the plus 300s from the Baron, you know? Okay, there we go. Yeah, see? He gets away.
He's going all out.
Just like my mother said, you know, Cassante, he was just resting between the turrets.
Yeah.
He's going down to where Bulldog has that push into an inner. It is going to be inner turret gold and a bounty if he finishes it. But he will not.
Yeah. T1 have sent members over here to catch the catch Bulldog. They're not being very nice to him as he blast plants straight into the arms of Faker, who will take it down. It is a 3v4 here on the push, but it's Baron and it's massive wallets. Jun is dead as they'll give that kill over to Owner. Looks like this game, guys, should be over from here. As the Baron buff, they still have 2.5 minutes on. Even with the curtain call Not going to do anything. No Fate's Call at this point in time. Faker is being pushed under turret, but he has a stopwatch, as that should do it. The turrets are going to be taken out. Young Jay going to put up one last stand alongside of his buddy Doodoo.
Yep, and that should be the Nexus to fall with it. T1, another dominant 2-0.
Yeah, and a lot to see here. Very fun couple of games as Owner. Yeah, they're just going to boost their KDA stats as down will go the Nexus 2-0.
And despite
just glide through to the victory.
Despite what was a fairly rocky start to the game for Owner and the bottom 2v2, they still make this Varus Kalista work with the nerfs to Sickle, with the nerfs to Umbroglaive. And this is kind of what we've all been saying is, yeah, this meta, they're trying to change it. Like, these patches are getting pushed out, but, you know, ultimately, it's still viable. It still can be played, and they still can turn what was initially a lost lane around.
Well,
I gotta do a POG vote. It's a tough
just
one.
put in the bot.
I think it's just gonna be the boom boom damage vote. It's gonna be the Varus vote.
He had a lot of chains of corruption. I mean, Guma spaced really nicely. He did have that one funky moment where he got caught out, but I think he and Keria pulled it back in that lane and made something of it. And, you know, a couple of mistakes. Like, you can't make a mistake against this bottom lane. If you do, they will double kill you. Like, every single time. It's like, no, it's not just one kill where, like, the support gets away and then, like, holds the wave or whatever. No, it's like, it's just a double kill every time. And I do feel bad for Guangdong Freaks because this is their fifth loss in a row, and the pressure really feels on them. Like, they did not come into this match just feeling like the underdogs, you know, which is kind of a weird spot to be in as the obvious underdogs.
That sign to the left said, be gentle.
Oh, no.
I look at this series myself for Guangdong as, you know, you have to just, as you mentioned before the series even started, as Zayas does his trademark, you have to walk in the series knowing that not only you're the underdog, but you are facing a team that no one is really coming close to internationally even right now within the other domestic leagues. Like, this team has the best grasp on this meta right now. And
they just make a new one if they don't like it.
If they don't like it, they'll make a new one. But the way that they've played these last 3 patches has been basically perfect. And then when bans come through like the ones we saw from Guangdong Freaks, they're like, no, we'll just let you have Ashe, and we'll actually play the Kalista lane. And yeah, it's nerfed, doesn't matter. The Ashe lane is also nerfed, to be fair, but things went a little bit poorly at the beginning, and then you stayed too long just one time. This is the moment that CV Max is going to be honing in on big time, because you had an advantage here. You had no flashes. You could have backed away and then reset and then come up and done this again and continue the pressure, because this Maokai pick didn't really work out the way they wanted to. And this was also a really unfortunate moment where there's no Ashe arrow for June, and everything is just in disarray here.
Yeah, and the bottom lane is so snowbally, as we all know in this meta, but that just means that everybody's committing even harder. So if you lose a fight, sometimes it's not only 1 kill, it's 2 kills, 3 kills, an entire turret gone very early on. It can be very unforgiving.
The way that T1 wins games like this, too, is almost Globetrotter-esque, right? Where you look at it and it's like just a slam dunk all across the map. And Keria, yeah, he dies here, but it ultimately doesn't matter. Like, they are, like, basically Faker is dribbling Bulldog between his legs, okay? And then he's, like, shooting him from at a 3-pointer into the basket, and he's like, and it's like, yeah, that's 3 points, but I'm also up 300 points, you know? Like, it doesn't even matter that I do this to you. And
it's accurate, you know, he's playing Gragas. He actually does kind of throw basketballs at his opponents.
yeah,
You know,
it's the
it's
final moments.
very nice. Also throwing some casks in, give them something to, you know, to sip on as this is going on. Get a nice little Faker sneeze.
Everybody's season is changing. It's getting warmer here in Korea, so a lot of people getting some seasonal allergies, some sneezes coming through.
나 게임마다 재채기 나온 건 처음이네.
Faker doesn't take his hands off the keyboard when
He
he
said that's
sneezes.
the first time I've sneezed in a game. I'm not sure if he said it was the first time something happened, but I think it was referring to the sneeze.
Probably knew it was going to be in the live mic as well, of course. So he's probably feeling a little bit goofy about that.
Yeah. Guma just nearly 1,000 damage per minute. Didn't quite hit it. That's okay. I think it's fine. This game, it was basically over after the 3 dives in the bottom side. Not dives, but like 3 plays that we had in the bottom side. But guys, yeah, another 2-0 from T1. Not much to see here, but pretty fun games for their side. Let's throw it over to the space and see what they thought about this one.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and thank you for the cast of our first series of the day. You mentioned that things looked like they were over at the beginning of that game. I think things were over at the beginning of game number 1. However, there was a draft for this one as well, and we are going to go through it. I thought the Kwangdong Freaks actually had quite a few different options here. It's kind of cool to see Maokai and Ash together on the Rift, although their nerfed versions don't seem as dangerous.
Yeah, it was a tough one to watch. The draft, I'd rather you go full AD here than try to go solo AP as Maokai. Like that build it's been gutted. Okay, so I was on board with Maokai. If you go tank Maokai here, like who is actually going to stack armor? You know this is AP mid Gragas, right? Like eventually Zayas will be unkillable, but you know, like you can't really fix every issue. And you have Ashe and Jhin and Tristana, so you're looking to snowball anyway. And if you have tank Maokai with Aftershock, I do think the champion is still fine. I don't think it's like nearly as good as it was, but going for First Strike and going for like kind of a hybrid build when Demonic Embrace was also specifically nerfed because of its interaction with jungle camps, doesn't make sense to me. Like the Bulldog pickup of the Tristana, like it was fun. I think that like you should not be able to get away with picking Kalista support into Ashe.
Especially not on this patch.
But
we've done whatever we can to actually try to stop exactly this from happening.
Clearly doesn't matter. Well, the next patch, that's when they're really trying. This patch, they kind of were like half and half.
It's like what we were talking about this morning. It's always the next patch. Don't worry, guys. The meta is going to totally change when we get to the next one. Yeah, exactly. We did see a Nautilus ban here.
Twice, yeah, so that's why. You know, the item changes worked.
Well, I mean, we got to see a Thresh, so that's definitely good. Jumping into our first highlight here at the bottom side of the map, this was just kind of like...
So this was the best moment for Kwangdong.
Yeah.
With them trading 1-for-1 and losing both their sons. And then here, you have the all-in power. Varus early, we already know how strong he is. Kalista
This is the moment
included as well.
Valdez was talking about as well, I think.
But the game was over, yeah, because it is. There's no flash for Taeyun, like what can you do? Nothing. They knew though that owner was there. And then here, this is another moment where the game is over. Flash is available.
Over again?
For Youngjae. Yeah, it's over a bunch of times, Atlas. This game was not great to watch, and it's there is always 2 sides to the story. For a T1 fan and for a fan of or best team in the league, this is great, right? Like they're styling on people. They're picking weird lanes and it's just working. Gragas, I guess, is now just S tier and they can just pick it whenever they want and still flex it. That part's great, but it's also showing as we get deeper into the split. I think Nongshim also has suffered from this. Brion has suffered from this.
Yeah,
We see that our
DRX
lower tier
suffering as
teams are really starting. Well, DRX never was. DRX was just kind of struggling from the start. But even teams that looked good, like Kwangdong 2-0'd KT. Yes, it's KT, but in those matches and individually, I think they looked a lot better the first half of the split. I think this is really when the feet upon the feet stacking kind of is gonna.
And also the finality of the situation as well. The fact that you just don't have any way to get towards playoffs, basically. Like
it's
you
not
need
happening.
ridiculous amounts of stars to align, and I think now
this is
going to be very difficult.
This is a monstrously fed Guma that doesn't have cleanse.
He doesn't have cleanse because he has this.
Doesn't matter. It's just like the only reason we picked this fight, and even taking into account how sad it is like they throw free ultimates into Guma and he is just fine because they have Fate's Call on a support. Attack.
And there's also like, if you look at it, their composition works into Ashe better than most others as well. Like if you're by yourself, there's a lot of team compositions that just fall over if the Ashe lands an arrow. But if Owner is in Spider form, he presses Repel, the arrow just goes underneath him, he goes about his merry way.
Fiora.
You got Fiora who has Riposte, you have Fate's Call. Like, if you hit Carrier, then yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good thing. Faker can tank it forever because he's like AP tank Gragas who can do absolutely everything. It's just nutty. Like, their composition works beautifully. Let's have a look at who picks up POG. Give it over to Guma. Come on, there it is. 300 points. Actually, like, surprising that he hasn't been able to get up more than this. I think he's been a little bit overshadowed by that crazy guy next to him.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah,
Carrier is just a...
it must be so hard having Carrier as a support.
Yeah, man. Poor Guma. Poor guy. I feel really bad for him. That's the lane with the best support in the LCK. Best player,
best player in the world, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fine...
I'm still happy to keep saying it.
I'm okay with it as well because the fact that Guma doesn't have more POGs is mind-blowing. Now, on an individual level, you make an argument for players like Deft, players like Viper, but it doesn't matter because when it comes to the 2v2, no lane is better than this one. And I think it's very fitting that on these T1 stomps, we get 2 T1 bot lane POGs.
I like the smattering of Faker votes there as well because he was feeling swaggy today. Also, we missed out on highlight 3, which was Faker sneezing into his microphone, which was absolutely adorable at the end of that game. So I think that gets him a few votes in my book.
Yeah. I'm not going to comment on this. I thought it was cute as well.
It was
I want to make a very short draft point before we head off to the interview. How do you draft against this team? It's the same issue that Gen G had last split, where like everyone has to ban Yumi, but Gen G doesn't. They don't care because they have enough of it. Then it was Singed. Now it's like 15 champions. Like T1, when they're playing this well, like, what do you do? I don't know.
You ban Ashe first. I don't think you can play Ashe into them, and I don't think you can leave it up. It is just too hard. And this was actually exactly the drafting power that Gen G had, and it was
in summer.
It was purely with the Yumi. Now Ashe is the most banned champion that we have outside of Elise and Maokai last time. So yeah, it's real difficult. But now it's time for the interview. Let's have a word with the bottom lane of T1. Take it away, Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Gumayushi Carrier, the bottom duo of T1 for the PUG interview. Congratulations! You guys picked up your 12th win of the season. How are you feeling, Carrier? I thought, KDF does have a great potential, so we worked really hard for this matchup, and it worked really well, so it feels amazing. What about you, Gumayushi? It was a very quick, clean win, so it feels amazing. In Carrier, we are playing on a new patch, so we were really curious to find out what kind of picks will P1 unleash today, and we had the Felius Thresh bottom duo back to the meta after a very long while. Tell me more about this. Both Felius and Thresh got buffed, so we wanted to give it a shot, and it worked really well. And then, usually the champions that were banned in the previous versions were actually got nerfed so bad, so we can actually try new picks. In Carrier, your Thresh is 24-9 so far in the LCK total. It is obviously one of your signature picks as well. Do you think Thresh is very viable in the current meta? I cannot really say we're going to see this really often, but yeah, it's going to be pretty viable. And then we had a very early kill secured by Gumayushi Carrier bottom duo very early on in game number 1. So let's take a look at this replay of the bottom lane double kill. The teamwork was just 1 point. How are you able to land all of your skill shots? Well, I don't think I outplayed this. I mean, I did a great job, but I think this was more of a mistake on the Kwangdong's bottom duo. Gumayushi, how did you see that angle so early? Well, I mean, this is what we normally do all the time, so it just happened, And also Carrier, For you, nowadays, Thresh seems to be a very unique pick because you've been playing a lot of, unconventional support picks. Well, to be honest, every time I play Thresh in scrims, I always like play so bad. But when I get to play it on stage, I get to play better. So I feel I'm so lucky. And Keria, you picked up another POG with the Thresh performance. How many POG points are you looking to get? I don't care how many points, I just want to be the POG leader in the end. The owner is on the chase right now, so looking forward to seeing more and more competition in the POG standings as well. And Gumayusi, we had the shortest game of the season in game number 1. When you guys have such a stomp, what kind of feedback do you guys have? You know, when you have such a clean and fast win. We didn't really have much to talk about regarding the bottom lane, but I think they did have some feedback around the top side. And then you guys actually let Varus Ash through, kind of letting Kwangdong Freaks to pick either of them. I guess you guys are pretty confident playing up against either of those two picks. Yeah, I mean, looking at the draft, sometimes you have to play against those two strong picks. So when we have to do it, we're just gonna do it. We don't wanna avoid it. We're just gonna go in for that and do our best. And Gumayusi, on the Korean side of the production, you were the best ceremony player of last week doing the TikTok trend. How do you feel about that? I really like this new culture we're having at the LCK. Last year it was maybe just me and Pusik doing a lot of ceremonies, but these days I can see a lot of players are having fun on stage, so I really like it, and I'm so honored to be the best ceremony player of the week last week. Gumayusi, is there anything else you're preparing for your ceremony? No, I always go with the spur of the moment ideas, so nothing is in my mind yet. And T1 right now is on an 8-match winning streak, and your next opponent is Brion. How are you feeling about that matchup? We will do our best in the Brion series as well in order to continue our winning streak. And Kuma? So I think round 2 is about to wrap up as well. So time flies. I hope we can end the second round on a very good note. And this will be the end of the interview from Gumayusi Keria, the bottom duo of T1, and I'm going to pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chisun, for the extraordinary translation as per usual. Congratulations to T1 on their 2-0. Congratulations to Gumayusi on winning Ceremony of the Week as well for last split. Also pretty happy who got players expressing themselves a little bit more. Speaking of expressing things, let's express the standings. Not a great throw.
No, I loved it. Don't sell yourself short, Max. I'm a big fan.
T1 a first place, Chronicler.
This is much better than when you said I had potential. That one, I'm not going to let you live that one down.
Less and less every day.
Might bring it back up at some point. Yeah, Kwangdong, I hope that they can bounce back, at least in how they look, because I don't expect this team to suddenly start winning, but I want to see that life that we saw at the beginning of round 1.
Well, we're not going to see life in our next match. He's going to be playing in the coming days. But we may see some continued resurgence of DRX as they look to take on D+Kia. This is going to be a really difficult one for DRX, but if they can bounce back, oh man, would it not be an exciting one. That'll be after the break, and we'll see you there for our second series of the evening.
가자. 역대 청재 괴물.
캐리한데? 그래. 네, 보성이는 다른 팀에서도 화면 잡히잖아. 개 피곤해 보여 맨날.
프레임이야. 이거 드리븐 신지드.
네, 저희 드래곤 신지도 하면 안 돼요? 그냥
한번 갑시다.
하고 싶긴 해요.
그래, 자신감 있게 하자. 자신감 있게.
이거 바텀 싸움 가보면 좋고.
니달 여기 있어. 싸움 볼게.
보자.
나만 왔어. 길게 해봐.
니달리 넘겼고. 니달리 보자, 니달리.
나 왔어. 바텀 탭 찍었어 우리. 둘 다 높을.
나이스.
이거 가비. 됐어. 나이스.
GG.
굿.
야, 얘네 용 쳤다.
나 이기 챙겨 보자. 나오자. 바르스 잡았어. 나 위로 간다. 야, 사이언 노고.
야, 니달리 보자, 니달리. 나 이거 프리 되거든.
야,
니달리.
2, 3초.
그래, 잡았고.
가자.
드래곤도 있어.
뭐 바론이랑 우리 둬도 돼.
근데 싸움 보자. 치면 싸움 보자.
얘 쳤다.
오케이. 나 디테일 가 볼게.
야, 좋아. 좋아. 나 1킬만. 미드. 나이스. 니달리 이제 막아주면 좋아.
이거 싸움 볼게.
야, 바르스 녹음. 와우.
기나, 너 너무 하는데, 기나 지금?
나이스. 굿. 자, 끝낼게. 끝내. 나이스.
시드. 망했는데, 하나봐. 그냥 동챔인데? 하이.
탑 라인 불리한데도 안 봐주는 땡땡 정글이랑 하기에서 미안해.
너가 진짜 땡땡땡 10등 미드랑 하니까 고생이 많다.
태연아, 나는 너가 너무 사랑스러워, 태연아. 야, 이번에 미드랑 싸움 보자.
이거 보던가. 나 가볼게.
켄치 잡다, 켄치.
겐지.
마카이. 마카이.
가.
근데 바로.
빨리 말고. 야, 나 봐줘. 뺄게. 우리 너무 많이 맞긴 했다.
침착하게 해봐. 우리가 괜찮아, 상황.
나를 이러면 나올라 살짝 볼게.
봐도 돼? 마카이, 나를.
스턴 이거 나를. 천천히. 나 나쁘지 않아.
천천히.
마카이. 나 괜찮아.
마카이.
나 여기 봐. 나 풀게. 천천히.
싸움 봐도.
맞아. 나 미드 있는 중.
가야 돼.
천천히 봐봐. 나 가볼게.
MB. 이거 MB야, 이거야, 형. 형의 날이야, 오늘이.
라인도 너무 잘하긴 했다.
POG 내 거긴 해, 내가 봤을 때.
재윤아, 그건 아니야.
근데 생각 NBA의 시즈싱크 바루스를 봤으면은 POG를 안 줄 수가 없어.
오늘 NBA 날이야?
오늘 NBA 날이야.
구마유시의 샤라웃을 봤을 냄비.
파이팅.
근데 상태 좀 센 거 해야 돼서 나 요네 같은 거 해야 될 것 같긴 해.
나도 연애 해야 될 것 같아. 요네 연습 많이 했잖아.
네, 요네 연습 많이 했어요.
너 되잖아, 이제.
이제 된다고.
안에서 잘 받아보자.
나 이 찍었고. 보자.
기다려. 나이스.
야, 이번 턴에 바로 치고 싸움 보는 건?
치자.
나 나를 좀만 살짝 볼게.
나를.
야, 아지르까지.
한번 빼고.
캐리.
나이스. 미드.
용지고 정현아 또 올 때 궁만 터주면 내가 호응 잘해볼게.
오케이, 위로 하자, 위로.
야, 이런 거 볼래?
보자. 기다려.
나르부터. 빨리지 마.
그냥 싸워줘.
싸워. 아지라. 미드 가자.
끝내.
야, 용 안 먹어도 돼. 미드 가자.
뭔 용이야.
이겼어. 야, 2대0이야. 오랜만에 2대0. 나이스. 야, 태연아, 요네 되잖아.
오늘은 대명준의 날인 거야.
그렇지. 대명준, 대주연의 날이거든.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. This one will be DRX up against D+ Kia. And just like the first one of the day, there is a clear favorite and somewhat of an underdog. But DRX just got their first win in a long time. And D+, one of these middle-of-the-pack teams that you never know what they're feeling day to day.
Yeah, in the last series, I think the gap between the two teams was much larger and much more defined. I think in this series, it's kind of a checkpoint for D+ Kia here that they're trying to pass to temperature gauge on what their read on the meta is. DRX coming off of their second win of the season with what was pretty much a miraculous storyline, right? Juhan coming through, Dukdam playing while injured. Dukdam and Juhan will be starting tonight, so you have a lot of really cool opportunities here for DRX to get some momentum back, and I think honestly make your players feel confident again. If you can win against D+ Kia tonight, it puts you one step closer to playoffs, but I think that's not ultimately the real goal. Win or lose tonight as DRX, you're hoping to walk away with some sort of feeling of accomplishment. And I know that sounds basic, I know that sounds kind of like a fairy tale thing, but I think even if you get 2-0 tonight, but you play your game plan, you play your best game, and you have a strong mid-game, you're like, all right,
yeah.
Well, that's the goal.
And actually play as a team and fight 5v5s and don't just randomly get caught off and then not play the game as a team. That's really important right now, I think, for DRX's success. As DK, they've been a little bit up and down, but currently in third place, so still feeling pretty good, especially with, KT suffering a bit and also Liv Sandbox suffering a bit. They're in the middle of the pack. DK kind of benefits from all that because their competition is struggling. And even though DK isn't necessarily at that second place, which is kind of where we expected them at the beginning of the season, they're still doing pretty well for themselves.
And DK, if they win tonight and then defeat Hanwha Life Esports in that Saturday showdown, then they will go up to 10 wins. So that's the number you're looking for here as DK, finishing this week to actually push yourself into maybe a solidified spot in top 4 is Juhan versus Canyon. These are the highest ranked junglers right now in solo queue. Don't say it out loud.
Sejuhani. Which side will his most played Sejuhani go towards? But we had a very fun and kind of heartwarming story from last week when they were up against Bro. Dukdam did not play game 1 with an elbow injury. Yeah. And then he came in and played with the elbow injury for 2 games and won them both.
This is a meme of the Korean community. Deft had that quote, the most important thing is an unbreakable spirit, and and then a bunch of Korean fans are like, actually what matters most is an unbreakable cast for Dukdam. And, he's come in and played very well. And you and I were casting that game. We pointed out some of the subtleties of how, he's playing with his keyboard hand. That's the one that's on the cast, so less movement required, etc. And last week they were saying, the doctor was saying it's definitely best to avoid this. And now after, maybe a checkup between last week and this week, saying like, don't push it, but it is playable. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you can start. And DRX just coming in with a completely different look here this week. What they have found success with in that most recent match is what they will start with tonight.
Seems like Dukdam has changed his cast, although it seems like he's still got something underneath there. Maybe he just put it in the jacket. Maybe it just fits in the jacket and he'll take it out on stage. I was worried because, on the global side, everybody was saying that Cyborg Dukdam is actually what's strongest. So, we need to make sure that he's still got his Cyborg arm with him. And hopefully that can help them win this one, or at least have a chance in this match.
Yeah, Dukdam is actually very close to hitting the 1,000 kill milestone here in the AD carry role. He'll be the 9th player to do so in the LCK, and it's crazy considering the amount of time he's spent in the LCK is still quite low compared to some of our other veterans. As on the other side of the rift here, for D+ Kia, again, you're looking to hit that magic number of 10 wins tonight, and you are so close. If you can win this one, this is the easier of the 2 opponents you have. You have Hanwha Life Esports later on in the week. Then you're really now, I think, pushed outside of the area where people are like, where is D+ Kia? Where's the consistency? And you kind of, you walk away from week 7 feeling like, all right, we've really solidified ourselves as a top 4 team, maybe even a top 3 team. And we are going to see, with all the Showmaker games of Aurelion Sol, if he wants to play it in this meta on this patch here, it is available tonight. And otherwise, just in general, what Kellen's read is on melee support. Because I've always loved Kellen on Enchanters, and that's been the meta for so much of this year. See how he performs if he has to play the Nautilus, etc.
This says Kellen Whiting.
Topical.
Yeah, makes sense. Here's our key player matchup. Fate, we've mentioned this even through the 7 losses of DRX. He was still consistent. He was carrying, he was playing a lot of different picks, and he has kind of been the pinnacle of light for this side of DRX in the darkness, whereas Showmaker, a little bit of the opposite. Like, he's still good, but also has been through his own struggles this season.
What I love about the stats here from Showmaker is you look at the CS difference here at 14, gold difference at 14. He has fairly middle of the pack / weak stats in the lane, but is still actually putting up top 3 damage numbers. And that just goes to show that even though he isn't given a lot of resources and he isn't actually winning lane with the picks he's often given as counter pick, he's still actually getting the job done regardless. And you mentioned kind of the same idea here for Fate in terms of even in losses, he's putting up the numbers, and he is certainly performing. His Jace in that series against Breon was extremely impressive. Played the Gore Drinker variant and carried his team.
D+ is kind of a weird team to draft against, because I feel like with the change in the jungles and some more aggressive picks like Lee Sin and Italy coming back into the meta, Canyon is kind of gaining strength, and Kana is 8-0 on Renekton, and 3-0 on Fiora, 2-0 on Jax. There's like 3 of these big meta picks that he's fantastic on. We also know he's great at Jace, even though he's only played 1 game of it, and Showmaker's great at Jace. So I feel like you really need to come in with a specific plan against DK in terms of what you want to ban specifically, because they've always kind of been like this, especially with Showmaker and Canyon since the beginning, basically.
Yeah.
And especially since 2020. A very difficult team to ban against and draft against because they have so many strong, specific picks.
And even if you ban all the strong specific picks, they will just draft a evergreen meta comp and crush you with that too. So the fact that they're definitely a top 5 team in the LCK performance-wise, regardless of draft, is in itself worrying. But when you do have to worry about these specific picks, it gets kind of scary. We'll see what the draft does look like here as we head into this one. And the ways in which D+ Kia could try to draft around Canyon right now with Lee Sin, you mentioned it, the Nidalee, but also just Sejuani, right? The Maokai that's still relevant and actually more easy to draft right now. Becomes a little bit frustrating as DRX will select blue side here. So first pick priority and perhaps focus on the bottom lane is where they're going to be going for this one.
Yeah, still feel like blue is the stronger of the 2 sides, even with the new patch, as we're using some eye drops. Hope those are the sponsored ones.
As Karma and Jace taken away here first, so definitely drafting for an AD carry prio pick here for the Sejuani Ani, or Sejuani.
Sejuani.
I didn't want to say it out loud, and I did it. It didn't work, and oh boy. Key points of the match.
Yeah, we got there.
So I think that's where we're headed here, as Varus is still available. The Caitlyn is still available. So one of those 2 picks will go over unless D+ just ban Sejuani here. Something like that, and trade them. So that's what they will do.
Oh, it's Sejuani.
Not anymore. And that's going to be the Caitlyn pick going over to Duckdom. Varus still up here for D+. The Lucian the Deft is undefeated on. Not going to feel very relevant here going into this matchup. Or will it be?
Yeah, they're both 7-0 on the pick, so maybe they just take it out of comfort.
These are the kind of draft decisions that always make me feel like, D+ Kia, they're a very strong team, but they are so predictable. I like this way more.
Hey!
Bolder. And I think it's more well-suited to the matchup.
I think the Lee Sin, though, is kind of predictable, especially with Canyon over there. He loves this pick. Lee Sin now 7-0. 3 of those wins are owner.
Yeah. Wild that this pick has just been so niche, but played only by our top junglers, essentially.
Canyon 2-0 so far.
Lux will be locked in here with a Caitlyn, using some of this time to think about what the jungle pick is going to be. The Vi considered, and then also the defensive Poppy option, so great into Lee Sin. It's not a lane you win by default. there in the bottom side of the map, the Caitlyn into the Varus, but looking for that flexible Gragas pick here, and this is just really rising up here in the LCK.
The second it became a three-way flex, I mean, it was always a two-way flex kind of, but mostly just top lane. But the second it was pulled into the mid lane and made viable, see it every game.
It's just so strong with Rod of Ages, and you have so many different viable builds. And we've even seen, you know, the jungle Gragas be relevant in other regions. So when you haven't locked up your jungle just yet, you will lose the Vi pick here, which does hurt, especially with how you want to play this bottom side of the map, but you could flex the Gragas there. I don't think they will. Jack's taken off the board here, and Jace is already removed. They have a lot of control here for blue side as DRX right now.
You think they ban Renekton?
I would say almost certainly.
I'd say that's pretty important against Kana, who is 8-0.
But they may also leave it up and play the Gragas into it on the top side and give something else to Fate. As the Gnar, like, see now, because what I'm thinking is, Gnar comes through, though, and then Fate takes Sylas instead. You know, if you go for R4 Gnar here as Kana now because you're expecting the Gragas to be top, if they ban the Renekton, like, this is actually layers deep with this Camille ban. Because now I was like, oh, okay, the Gnar is safer. So if you ban Renekton, they take Gnar, and then you flex the Gragas mid. I think is what may be about to occur here. And then you take the Sylas. If you were going to play the Gragas top.
Well,
that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm a simple man. Like, the top laner is 8-0 on Renekton, and he looks amazing every time he plays it. I just ban it, you know. I'm curious, you know, as you mentioned, there's a lot of other options. There could be a lot of answers to this, but
there's a lot of frontline here for DRX too. And even though Gragas mid has been more popular, you know, you could still play something else here. DRX don't seem like that's the plan they want to take. They'd rather just fight fire with fire on the top side and not just have weak side tank Gragas to be the engage bot. They want to have some extra damage with that. They already have a lot of CC in this composition, and if you get a binding and then you have a body slam, Caitlyn has a lot of range to follow up with. K'Sante can also engage very well. And K'Sante operates with low resources on the top side, and it's very difficult for Renekton to kill him because he can just push Renekton into the turret. And even can win the matchup if given resources to do so. Doesn't look like that's going to be what they're planning with this Wukong pick. Yeah. This Wukong feels kind of out of place in this draft, to be honest. He's not going to have a lot of power pre-6. I like the Viego more.
Yeah, Viego actually got some buffs here on 13.4. Could be a nice moment to bring it out, you know, get a little bit more comp synergy going with that pick and give it another try.
The Poppy would have liked, oh, it's just going to be another Showmaker LeBlanc game. He just does this.
Just another one.
And he's going to be playing it into the Gragas. It's hard to lane against the LeBlanc as Gragas. In terms of getting advantages, you're not going to feel very vulnerable either.
Yeah, that's the way at Gragas. You just kind of sit there.
Yeah, you just kind of exist, and then
you get Rod of Ages and Seraphs, and you're like, yes, I got the OP combo, and I'm ready.
Yeah.
And I can make plays, and I don't die. It's just very safe.
The Poppy pick that was considered by DRX instead of the Viego and the Wukong, I think it's just really difficult to pilot into a Lee Sin Varus composition, especially with Heimerdinger turrets. In order to get into range to set up for your ultimate or to look for a pick, you're just taking so much damage on your way in that it's very difficult to execute. So I'm glad they thought better of it. The same, to a certain extent, to be true, of course, of the Wukong.
It says, be happy, DRX.
And the power of this Viego pick, I think, could be utilized in two different ways, Valdez. One on the top side, where you try to deal with the Renekton pressure and hover around top there and maybe get your K'Sante ahead. But maybe we just see a 3v3 bottom, where Lee Sin is there nonstop, and the Viego is there to make sure that this Caitlyn Lux lane goes off without a hitch. This drawing keeps coming up. Sick Kellen drawing.
Yeah. One Xwood says D+, but also DRX together.
I didn't actually see. It said, I'm sorry, but on the bottom I didn't read the whole thing, so I don't know what the story is.
She's pulled between the two teams.
Yeah. Well, here we go, Valdez. Pretty balanced compositions here. I think the burden of execution definitely on DRX's side, though.
And I'm just sitting here worried that Kana's about to get a 9th win in a row on Renekton. Let's see how it goes, though. Let's hop on the rift for game number 1. It's bottom lane, going to be very interesting. You know, letting them get the Caitlyn, picking up the Varus-Heimer for yourself.
Heimerdinger, his turrets don't last very long. The health was nerfed, and you know the Lux and the Caitlyn could chip away at that very easily with the range of the Caitlyn and the singularities coming through. But they actually get control of the brush at level 1. Hit an arrow, gonna stack up some money here. I do feel like the Heimerdinger nerfs, like we kind of overreacted to them a little bit. I think he's still pretty viable, and for a while we were like, oh, I hate this, it's so weak, and then you know we see top teams continue to play it, and it is still finding some level of success.
Yeah, especially with Varus, you know, it's you can just land grenades on top of people that get chained, or you just have great poke. Like, there's a lot of synergy with some of the lanes that are still here with the OP, in quotes, 80 carries, in quotes. Sometimes they're not 80 carries. And yeah, you know, I think it was, it's still strong. You're still going to see it from time to time. It's just not as oppressive as it used to be.
And definitely not as oppressive as Varus Karma, but still, you know, with the ban that we saw from that on DRX's side, this is the next best thing. And they did pull out this Caitlyn Lux. And we're
4 first picks.
Yeah. We're watching this lane here, bottom side, specifically because getting level 2 first and actually winning this lane is going to be skill-based. It is about how many of these Varus arrows hit and the level 1 brush control that Kellen had. So usually Caitlyn Lux wins this matchup, but if played correctly and played very well, as we're seeing from Deft here, just getting value out of this Comet and these arrows constantly, and you're going to have a lot of control until your mana runs out, as the Varus here.
Deft, one of those 80 carries that hasn't played as much Varus as some of everybody else in the league. He's only played 3 games of it so far, but will still be able to show his prowess here. I'm very curious about Duckdom on not on Kellen, Duckdom on Caitlyn, and how he will do on this pick.
This was kind of the, when we started the season off, you know, there was a lot of discussion. Like, Duckdom was like, yeah, Barrel suits my playstyle more, and vice versa. Like, Deft is like, I don't know, like, Kellen takes good care of me. Maybe he just didn't like you very much. That was like our trash talk at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
This is one of our first matchups, actually. In fact, I think this might have been the first. The T1 played on the first day, and that might have been...
You're right. DK DRX and then Genji T1.
It's a long time ago now, but...
First day.
You know, we're having this rematch again, and back then it felt a lot more hype on paper because we knew this DRX roster, despite being not the championship roster that won Worlds just previously, had a lot of stacked players on it. And, like, boy, have our expectations changed now, you know, sitting at 2 and 10. But ironically, throughout it all, we're on this is a high point for DRX after that win against Breon. So
even at 2 and 10.
Yeah.
This bottom lane, by the way, is going pretty nicely in favor of Deft and Kellen. So we watched a lot of how that played out, levels 1 through 3. Saw that a bit more poke was going the way of DK's bottom lane. You just got to see Lee Sin's incredible win rate so far, 7-0. A lot of top junglers picking this one up.
And Kana, you know, he's 22 and 5 on this Renekton pick. He is dominating this lane right now. Hasn't been given any problems by Juhan. This is going to hit this Demolish. Take some of this damage in order to do so. Nice sidestep. He is so good at this pick. And in your simple man, I ban Kana's Renekton sort of idea, I think could have been warranted here for DRX.
They banned Zoe.
Yeah, I think, exactly. So what you are leading into the point I was going to make, which is that if you are going to not ban the Renekton, you need to get something out of it, right? And they've gained nothing from this. It was a Viego pick they kind of flexed into also at the end there, that it wasn't like a sick plan where because we banned the Zoe, we can play the Viego. So on one hand, I'm like, well, you know, face your fears, face your demons, right? Like, if you're so scared of this Renekton that it paralyzes you in draft, then that's a problem. But if you're just going to play against it just because, I think that's a bigger problem, and one that they will face in this first game of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if they expected this to come through and Renekton, or rather, Rascal has been practicing the Cassante versus Renekton matchup like a madman, and he's like, okay, I know this is what's going on, I know exactly how to beat this, then sure. And they just wanted to ban Zoe, like, just in case, on the off chance Showmaker used to be one of our best Zoes, that he plays it here in this series, then okay. I just, you know, on paper, it didn't really look like all of that was the thought process.
I think about this too, like going back to that draft, the Camille ban did lead me to believe that D+ were 100% ready to hold up. Might have an engage here. Canyon.
Beryl got very close to getting hit by that Q, and he just used everything. That would have been pretty critical for him.
Yeah, definitely loses flash minimum, as this Renekton continues to be a problem. But yeah, they could have picked Gnar into the Cassante, right? And the Gnar was available. They banned the Camille. It felt really safe for D+, even if the Renekton ban came through. So on the opposite side of things, like D+ were ready for the Renekton ban. As
Kana just gets to sit here because they just saw Viego bot.
Yep.
So he's like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna proxy the wave, continue putting on as much pressure as possible.
And this is just why we have this conversation, because it's just relevant every time, isn't it? It's just very relevant. Is Juhan here once again trying to set up for something, and they just have so much vision. They have both summoners available for both bot laners. They have vision and Heimerdinger turret set up, like really grasping at straws down here.
Canyon has smite, so he's just going to take that. Also, it's a 2v1 up on the top side as Rascal goes all out, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it.
And I believe he did.
I thought he did. Maybe he didn't. Either way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the ult cooldown doesn't appear until after it times out.
That makes sense. Uh-oh. That's the sun coming in, and nice heal, he says. Ignite is ticking down. First blood over to Kellen underneath the turret as Beryl's trying to hold on to this.
And yes, he did. You can see the ult is there now. It's like 99% sure he did, but always good to double check, as you did, Valdez, there. Speaking of double checking, Beryl down both summoners.
Oh, actually hits it. Wow. There's a little bit of a hitbox kick W, but it's okay. Still works.
Man, up on the top side of the map, Canyon is taking that top side control into a Herald play, knowing that the bottom side of the map isn't going to be able to contest Drake. This is not greedy really in any way. Showmaker is locked down under turret here for a moment.
Oh, and they're actually going to get Showmaker right into them, but yeah, as you mentioned, it's not really greedy because Renekton's winning so hard.
Exactly. So, and this is the best you can get is Showmaker's Flash, and you'll take it, but you don't feel great about it. Fate has no mana.
Viego should still be here. Canyon sees him as he's hitting that control ward. So Rift Herald goes the way of Canyon. There hasn't been too much action outside of the one kill on the bottom side, but still a lot of advantages going the way of DK.
Because of that pick on the Beryl, they know that there's no way the bot duo can wrap around to Drake, so they just send Canyon straight to mid. Yeah, Flash is lost, but this is the real win here, because as soon as this happens, Canyon's like, I just go straight to Herald. We're winning top.
Just back.
Just back. This is just insane greed. Nice heal. Ignite ticks through. As poor Duck Dom is just trying to net his way back to lane.
So yeah, Rift Herald, Dragon, plates in top side, kills in bottom side, and a 1.5k gold lead to DK. And it's Cloud and Chemtech early on, so definitely could be leading towards one of these better souls.
If it is Infernal or Hextech, D+ are in such a good position. If it's not, they're still in a good position, but
yeah,
I mean,
Mountain Soul would be pretty good for DRX.
Yeah, that Mountain Soul would be amazing for them against this comp.
This feels very aggressive. Well,
They don't know where Viego is
somebody's
at
in
all.
there.
Yeah.
The scan? Well, he's not in the alcove. At least not up against the wall. So he's gone.
Yeah, Kellen just waits it out, gets level 6.
There's no flash here on Beryl. He's got to be careful.
And they had vision of everywhere else. Still identifies it.
Uh-oh. That is going to be a lot of damage going into Def, but Duckdom's not in range to lay down a trap.
Yeah, and doesn't have any ability to do any additional auto damage either, so just gets a heal. Meanwhile,
Okay, Lens. Oh, that was really close. Almost got bound up as Big Turret is going to hit Beryl once.
yeah, they're just going to get a back off of this.
Okay.
It's a nice time to go back. Let's just say with summoners down here, you don't want to mess around with this anymore. You don't know where Viego is. He could be taking the long way around, you know, taking the Krug's path in. And meanwhile, in mid lane, Showmaker is recovered from that initial flash loss, staying ahead in CS here. And, you know, he's just sitting pretty because his win condition is later on in the game where he'll be looking for backline access in the mid game of this Caitlyn. And also can duel the Viego in the jungle. So is going to be looking to grab this turret as soon as possible so that he can have a lot more power on the map. As Ghostblade is done for Deft.
That was kind of insane. Every single roll was ahead by 400 to 500 gold across the board in favor of DK. You don't see that very often. Oftentimes it's like, you know, you get a kill and bot, you get a couple plates, bots ahead, but like top is different. And it was like the exact same lead all the way down the line.
Yeah, spreading out the advantages.
Little 3v3 here. DK holding the river. There isn't any objective here at this moment, just controlling this part of the map.
Well, just want to make sure that Varus can push bottom for free without any threats here. And if anyone tries to contest, that's where you look for your fight. Here's an all-out.
All right, going all out. Kana does have Dominus, so just kind of walks away.
Thanks for denying the CS. Only missed like 2 minions there, but... This is the reason why Canyon is surfing around here so hard.
He has flash this time, but can he get out in time? Just heal, and Juhan is here as they get on top of Deft, who doesn't have flash himself. They can't layer the damage into him on time. As the arrow is very close to Beryl there, but both sides will get away.
No flash used for Beryl or Duckdom in this exchange. Juhan used his. They will get back control of this lane, but again, no kills here, no huge losses for D+, and you know, Deft was down a flash, so maybe they thought they'd get something. Yeah, this just continues to be a problem.
Yeah, again, Wolf, I'm a simple man. A guy goes 8-0 on one champion, and he's over 80% win rate in his career. I ban it. I don't ban Zoe.
Well, the other thing is
that's just me, though.
It's a champion that's very relevant and very blinded regardless of who picks it. Like, yeah, Rascal is red side with the exact same draft that D+ had. He wants that, you know? He absolutely wants that in this draft. Yeah. So it's strong. It makes sense for the comp. It's his best pick. And again, I think they were worried about walking into the Gnar because they wanted to play Cassante potentially or that Gragas to be flex top. They didn't do that either. And, I mean, look, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here, but it is certainly backfiring the tactic they have chosen.
Well, there's no all-out this time around. Kana really pushing this Stradies up a level, but yeah, I suppose there was the chance that people started saddling up to the top side. Kana doesn't need to get over-aggressive. He's already done enough.
No, D+, this is a awkward timing here of the Drake because, you know, both objectives are up here, but with the topside control, they certainly can fight for both and just force this really hard if they have the vision to back it up, which they do, and they have the bottom side control too. The time it takes to do the Drake is not going to be enough time for DRX to rotate over and take Herald here. So D+ can just group around this red buff and set up turrets and keep poking with Varus Heimer. And then kind of fight back to Drake. And in this moment, if you have topside control, you could just say, oh, we'll trade it for second Herald, but you can't do that in this case because of the Renekton control. So DRX have to kind of awkwardly fight a losing war of attrition. I mean, this is terrible. They're sending the Cassante bottom side here, but he won't be here in time for anything relevant.
Yeah, again, this is, you know, you would love to get this Drake but you're also losing a lot as this is happening, and you might not even get the Drake because Kana just gets the turret and you're not on top of this Drake on time, so now if Kana wants, he can also run down.
Yeah, and if you lose this team fight, you're losing a lot more than just this Drake. You're going to lose Herald, you're going to lose mid-turret, so risky call, but they are going to commit. They're committing hard.
Now, Rascal is in there. They're making a 5-person team call, which I kind of like, you know. Was asking for that from DRX. Regardless of if it's the right call or not, everybody seems to be on the same page. And who knows, could work out for them, but this is a pretty much straight up 5v5 as a massive grenade over the wall comes in from Kellen, as Kana did kind of dominus early. Not sure if he failed to get over the wall or what happened there, but
yeah, looked like he did actually fail the dash over the wall, so now he's just going to sit back and play defensively. That really hurts. He had flash, but he doesn't want to waste it without that hard engage, though. He's going to have to rely on poke, and this is what Heimerdinger Varus does on objective so extremely well.
Now, watch for Fate's Cask as well. He's got some big potential to make some plays here on the side of DRX. This is going to reset. DRX holding the line, holding on this Cloud Drake. As in goes Fate, this is what I'm talking about. They get on top of Canyon, but he just pops away and flashes as now the poke is coming out here onto Fate, who's kind of in no man's land. Nobody's able to help him out as Duhan is just taking down the Drake, and he will get it, but the stun is going to miss, and now the follow-up is here from DK. So they do see Duhan, there it is, and the arrow does get him down. It is Ocean Soul after all.
Yeah, and D+ are just going to reset and rush over to this Herald so they can grab Herald to control this mid lane. Look at the prep already. And yeah, I mean, the control right now, like, they're just going to take this mid turret out, Valdez, before they even get the Herald.
Kind of can just ignore him, you know. It's not like the Cassante is going to do enough damage here at this point, and even has to be a little bit careful afterwards. So 2 turrets into the hands of Kana already.
Yeah.
And take a look at the gold difference. I mean, it's already 5,000, all over 5,000 actually.
And this,
in favor of DK.
This fight here is a little bit split up, right? Because you can't kill Canyon, unfortunately. Barrel takes a ton of damage on the bottom side, and Rascal decides he's going to chase in with kick available on this Lee Sin. And then Juhan, after they secure the Drake, there's a huge split here in the calls. Juhan's going in, the rest of DRX is on their way out. Kind of a bizarre situation there, so it ends up being 2 kills here. Yeah, you got the Drake, but what you lose across the map is much larger. And because they hard pushed mid and got a lower later reset here, they did not get the Herald. But you still got what you wanted. You got that mid turret for the LeBlanc, so now Showmaker has a lot more power setting up for these objectives later on, and is just going to be able to sit here on a side and do tons of damage to this turret.
Yeah, and Rascal, you know, really hasn't been able to find much value. He's kind of just getting pushed on in every lane he's in, you know, and it's not really what you want to have happen when you have counterpick for the top lane. So let's see if they can make something out of this. There's still a lot of playmaking potential with DRX's draft. What they have with the Lux and the Gragas and the Viego even.
I mean, Showmaker is just slapping him down. And he's got Leandri, so the longer the fights go, you really win the war of attrition in the side lane. And Showmaker's like, we're looking for a 3rd turret. Who needs Heralds to get these objectives?
Yeah, and if they need him, he can just TP back after winning the trade against Rascal.
It's like, at some point you start to wonder, like, do they even need the 2nd Herald? Where are they going to drop it? It's only Inners left. The Showmaker is left alone for this next wave. He's just going to get this turret.
Yeah.
He's just going to have it. It belongs to him. Rascal has not been able to stave off any pressure this game. 0-0-0 Cassante. Like, he hasn't died. He hasn't been dunked on in lane or anything, but he also hasn't been able to do anything here because of the Renekton getting such an advantage early. Showmaker just farming it up and then winning out in this 1v1 you don't want to play as the Cassante. And this game feels like such a slow and painful death for DRX.
Yeah, and it kind of has been so far. You know, it's only 3 kills, 20 minutes. Kind of going back to our old 1 kill every 10-minute ways. And the build, I was a little bit suspicious early on because, you know, LeBlanc's kit isn't exactly amazing for Leandri's, but you can kind of jump back and forth, and if a lot of people are building health, it does make sense, right? So
oh, yeah.
That's kind of the reason why he did go for this, even though a lot of times you'll see Ludens and stuff like that. Not in this case.
Yeah, he doesn't have to when you're this far ahead, you don't also have to play around bursting the Caitlyn or the Lux in the backline or trying to kill the Viego, because these are not massive threats for you in this game. Speaking of, the Viego went for Kraken Slayer and not Sunderer, so less survivability here, and really needs to be up in the thick of things in these fights. So, you know, some of the extra shielding for Barrel might come into play here, but look at the Serpent's Fang for death. Like,
yeah.
You know, Ductom here with some over-shielding. Serpent's Fang's going to be good against that, too.
Yeah.
This Kraken Slayer I find a little bit suspect.
It's a good look, actually. You mentioned the Caitlyn, because she's going to go over-heal Bloodthirster, which is kind of the, you know, it's the Zeri thing, but it's also the AD carry thing, which makes you actually somewhat tanky. And besides that, there's Lux, and, you know, everybody's kind of gotten a shield here on the side of DRX, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, Serpent's Fang's going to be good against all that. The Kraken Slayer in itself, though, I really worry about. You know, you're a 0-1 Viego, and you're not, and you have played Steel Cap, so you'll live a little bit longer against this lethality virus. But are you going to live long enough to actually really get those empowered autos off in the fight? Like, how many autos will you actually get? You're kind of a stun bot and then an ult bot, and you're hoping you're getting resets. You're hoping you're not Viego, actually. In this fight.
There is a TP behind you, as DK finally realized it was actually 2 TPs. As this is right before the Ocean Drake at least, so they're not quite wasted, although probably could have just ran. As the flank not really going to work out. Showmaker going to take a headshot to the face. Meanwhile, Kana's just the PvE player in this game.
Yeah, he's just PvE, and like, you have control of this Drake, and they're going to try to force this mid, but you can actually wrap around. Kana has TP, he's coming.
Yeah, he's going in, 5v5. Chains going wide, the cask actually pretty good. Kellen's getting low, but look at this play on the fade. He's isolated on the left, and Kana is just a raid boss as he is going in with the dominance. He knows it doesn't matter if he dies. He already did his job. This is a 4-person team fight in favor of DK as they get the 4 and they're looking for the 5th, and Ductom will be the 5th. A clean ace for DK in the mid lane.
Yep, Canyon's still holding on to that Rift Herald, by the way. This game is done and dusted. This one is over, and I think the crying has begun. As this is a great cask from Fate, but it doesn't matter because there's no follow-up. And so you're like, all right, look, they're extended too far. The one person you really catch is just too mobile. He latches onto you with those chains connecting from Showmaker, and then Kana can 1v3 at this point. This is the point where Caitlyn is at her weakest in the mid game, where she can't actually pop off and carry. She's extremely fragile, doesn't really have anyone to peel when the Gragas is eliminated first in the fight. And this is just a clean ace, as you say. And they could go straight to Baron. They did go straight to Baron and picked it up. And, I mean, what do you do from here? I don't know where the Rift Herald went.
Good question, Wolf.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
there she goes. Canyon forgot he had a Rift Herald.
Like, oh, yeah, okay. Canyon is, he hasn't been having the cleanest game of Lee Sin, but he's very tanky at this point. He already has my Cleaver second as a jungler 23 minutes into the game.
I press 4, big minion comes out. I'm going to keep killing the bad guys.
Yeah. And they have Baron, so it's going to make this even more oppressive. As they could just group down on the bottom side. Kana doesn't have TP anymore, so if they really wanted to make a push out of this, he should come bot. These 5 members of DRX are here.
And this Renekton push still a problem as they're just escorting this Rift Herald. And it gets the charge. That's a turret. They didn't even focus it down. Oh!
Oh, man. And that is going to be the end of Barrel in this one. Rascal super low as well.
Kana's just killing the structures, man. He's not here. He doesn't need to be here.
They don't need him.
They're just going to end off this push, I think. I mean, how can you not? How can you not just push the finish
Still
now?
have a minute and a half left on the Baron buff. You know, Wolf, I thought I was going to cast some League of Legends today.
Hey, there's still one more chance, potentially.
We're still casting Botmaster 3000. Better team bops the worst team. And that's kind of what's going on here. DK playing a very strong game here. DRX are just not able to handle at this point in time.
They actually don't end. They will get 2 inhibitors and could actually set up to get that wave prepped for a 3rd. They're just going to take the Drake here, no risks.
Oh, boy.
What did I say? LeBlanc's job is to find the Viego, find the Lux, or maybe find the Caitlyn. Has more utility with this Leandries, but I mean, he has a death cap. fully stacked.
He's about to get even
Dark
more.
Seal. What's
Majais.
it? Majais?
Should be Majais here.
Most cost-efficient thing to grab. Oh, they're doing us dirty.
Let's take another look at this.
Let's not take another look. Let's not take another look at this.
No, let's take another look.
Oh, Canyon. Good flash, kick, play.
Yeah. The grenade also.
Anyone trying to clear vision? I hope not.
He's like, got him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's not even happy to stay in the game. He wanted something more interesting. It is Majais.
Showmaker likes going home early. I guess he's getting his wish.
He's like a little bit annoyed at his team's call to not end there. He's like, okay,
he probably is, actually.
I will set
You're probably right.
Def's like, hold on, we win no matter what.
We figured it out.
Throw. And Showmaker and Canyon are like, no, can we just end, please?
Oh, Canyon, just let him run. Just let him go, please.
I mean, I think Canyon was like trying to see if Barrel would flash. He didn't. Holds strong.
Okay, one last try for DRX. They have a nice flank ward. In goes Rascal. He is going to get stopwatched as the grenade comes through. The cask is good, though. They immediately get Showmaker, and the 4v5 is on. And Kana, again, is a raid boss. The Gore Drinker is good.
He has a GA, too.
When did he even get GA? Everybody is solo on the backside, but he will get taken out. As now it's a 3v4. It's still in favor of DRX as Canyon's getting low. He's also got a stopwatch. As Fate with the follow-up engage. It didn't have to be this way, but it is as DRX is finding a way to potentially win a fight. They get close, but not quite close enough.
Good flash from Duckdom, but the minions are doing the work. The base is open, and he's got to run all the way back. These Nexus turrets are not long for this world. And this Caitlyn with 10% health. Deft is like, oh yeah? You think you can defend? Let's find out if you can dodge this arrow. You're flashless. Now you dodged one. Can you dodge the rest? He's back to get health from the fountain.
Oh, man.
TP to end.
Showmaker died so quickly. He's back in the fight already. He runs right on a stopwatch. As Duckdom will survive, at least. Will he, though? One more snipe? Nope, not quite. The Nexus goes down. That's game one. DK do the stomping here in the first game of the series.
And I know it's not cool. I know it's not flashy. I know it's not LeBlanc, but I had to vote for the Croc. I had to do it. He had an incredible flank play in that mid-game fight where they tried to defend turret, and he won the fight basically with his TP alone. He won lane so hard that there was just no cross map ever. There was no way to play around Rift Herald. There was no way to trade Drakes for Rift Heralds or defend bottom side because you were losing too much all game long. They did not ban the Renekton, and I think this is pivotal. Now, Canyon had an amazing game too. He controlled bottom side there for Deft and Kellen. Showmaker had an amazing mid game. He just kind of lost flash early and then farmed up and then popped off in the later parts. You might see some Showmaker votes here. Was very flashy there at the end. But for me, it was all about Kana's control over Rascal in the top side of the map for so long that just took away all of the opportunities in the early game for DRX.
DRX, at least they got some kills at the end to make it not as close to a perfect game, as those always kind of feel sad for the losing team. Def going to do the most damage in the game. As D+, still a lot to go over from the game. Could have been cleaner for sure. You know, they almost got flanked on a couple of times, and they did get flanked on the one time, so could have closed it out cleaner, but either way, a win is a win. As this guy flew here for 14 hours to watch this game. I hope you enjoyed it. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
이번에 몰라 찍었다. 텔 찍었다. 텔 찍었다.
나 초식에 있긴 해.
나 뒤에 텔 찍었어.
어?
나 뒤에 찍었어.
아이고
잠깐만. 천천히 봐줘. 천천히 봐줘. 라인 있어. 천천히 나오는데. 앞램부터 여기.
빨리긴 한데.
니 볼 수 있나?
빼면서 해야 돼.
앞램부터.
캐틀 노정아. 이길만해.
이렇게 봐.
리신 맞아야
초식에
돼.
있어.
기한이 비고 있네.
아이고, 좀 못해.
초식에.
여기.
야왜 수통. 미드 이거 밀린다 이거.
나 텔 타면 끝날려나? 안 끝나겠지.
Third level of the Osco last breath. Chase actually, owner gonna get the kick in. They get the knockup! And Envy, he's trying to survive, but he does go down in the end. Tried to play it out really nicely, but the Yasuo combo just a bit too much. Well, now there's not even an hour to worry about, but Keria is going to get burst down as that's the knockup onto the Ezreal. Can they burst him down this time? Envy goes to the stopwatch as Carnage is around him, and immediately he goes down afterwards. Closer is trying his best.
Look at all of this poke raining down. Anna
Is he
coming
on the
in.
flank?
Yeah, he is. Let's see what this Counter-Strike looks like. My God, the Cyclone. It's also really good, but it is not good enough. Yeah, the Sejuani goes down, but it's another Counter-Strike to obliterate Kwandong Freaks. They were already behind, but this, I think this was the backbreaker. This is with Baron, by the way, guys. Deep oh, the flank from Canyon is just massive. Showmaker, yeah, he's going to be able to get in there. The Talia is already dead, and now Deft, alongside Showmaker on this Kassadin, are just going to mop the floor with them. Showmaker still has the Zonya's Hourglass's doo-doo. Can he do it again? I think the answer might be no, but he's still alive. He's flashing the GA. It's going to be popped onto Deft. I thought maybe we'd have another one of those doo-doo moments, but we don't. That's going to be the ace. Polymorph comes through. Tidal Wave in answer as Cease and Desist is going to come forward. Not going to be able to find it. Envy somehow survives with about 0 health. The Sand Soldiers are set up and it's a dead Lucian. You get the bad news, and Sylvie is seen. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Bertle immediately follows him. Blast Cone is now going to be taken away. Is now Envy possibly caught out, has to flash. There's the Cease and Desist, so can Nongshin get on top of him? The Cyclone is gigantic, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Envy's still going to be able to take down the Lucian, though. And yeah, I guess he has to get something done, but Envy's still alive, fighting against Dundun. Live Sandbox find a beautiful team fight in the end.
Aris gets a shutdown of his own as what is going on here? Forcing it super hard. Now Rascal, I mean, really trying to get that kill. It's now Effort trying to flash out, but he will not be able to. Double kill now for Fade as more and more skirmishes will come in, and Upti gives the triple kill to Fade, who's looking for a potential penta.
And you know what, Valdez? This is the most interest anyone has ever shown. Anyone has ever shown a solo Chemtech Dragon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space as we celebrate the victory of D+ Kia in their first game of the day. DRX not able to withstand the threat of a giant crocodile on the top side of the map and just general winning everywhere else as well. Chronicler, take us through the draft here. What did you think?
I was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the Heimer. I've not been the biggest fan of the champion, but we did see that with very good Lolo play. The combination of Varus and Heimer is able to withstand the Caitlyn Lux. Caitlyn Lux is a lane of which we know it is very execution dependent, and execution, particularly in the bot lane, has not been where DRX have excelled, but you also can't give it over. So I think it's good that DRX take it, but I'm also not surprised to see it not work out. And then, why are we banning Zoe instead of Renekton? I am not on board with that, because yes, Showmaker's great at Zoe, but I don't think that was a must ban.
9-0.
9-0, yes.
9-0, 9-0, 9-0. That's basically what we want to say about this draft. 9-0. Let's have a look at what that meant for this game as we jump into a large amount of highlights here.
Right.
The bottom lane stuff was happening.
Look, no. That's the prank. It wasn't.
Well, I mean, it sort of was.
Well, kind of, but nothing was actually going on. That was the beauty of it. Look, you see this? Oh, someone's gonna get ahead. No, that's not why the action is happening. This is why the action. Nope, still nothing. Look at that.
There it is.
Darius played number 1. Man is gonna proxy the wave. And you know what? You might think that, oh, it's a bot lane meta. Well, generally it is, and generally the only thing that matters is bot lane. But if you're good enough at Renekton, nope.
More action on the bottom side of the map?
No, not this game.
Top side of the map.
No, this game. I know you've been conditioned through way too much League of Legends over the last 7 weeks to expect there to be action on the bot side of the map. But no, the gank isn't working. It's not happening. There was 1 kill in bot lane and it was in the 2v2.
But surely the third time's the charm, right? That's when DRX can do it, right? Now they're gonna do it, right?
No action.
And I can't get another plate, right?
No, ultimate. No, we're fine. It's okay. Canyon's here. Just kick him away. Yeah, beautiful disengage. But this is this is the real story. This is what no one wanted to see.
Demolish.
Look at the action. He gets 2 plates. Yeah, Kana single-handedly gets himself an absurd gold lead, and it leaves us with one question or one advice, and we've tried before to turn it into a funny bit where we do like guess the letters. No, ban Renekton against Kana, not Zoe. He's 9-0.
Yeah, I don't really understand it either. I think that Kana's Renekton has been absolutely amazing. There are a lot of things that we need to ban in the meta at the moment.
I get it.
But against D+, you just ban this one because it leads to moments like this. This was the only real team fight that existed in this game.
They're like, I think it's 4 or 5k gold behind at this point.
Organically.
Yes, that's just from plates. And this was, barring this turret and a Drake up until the end, a perfect game for D+. Like, they threw away a couple of kills on top side. You know, the team fight didn't really go their way, but it didn't end up mattering at all. DRX feel like they need to make a play, so they shove mid, and they get Crocodile.
And does the Crocodile get POG? Is my question. He does! Crocodile get POG. Beautiful. 400 points for Kana.
I'm having serious issues. Like, at this point, do we still vote for Kana when he gets POG on Renekton when people don't ban it at all? I don't know. Well, I'm gonna keep voting for him, and then at some point, I assume it will getting banned because we don't often go this hard in on like a specific point of draft. But there comes a point where you just need to acknowledge this D+ plays too well around Kana and Renekton. It's not just his individual performance. I think Kana's a player where I'd still be worried going into playoffs, where I'm still like, he is very good in this champion, obviously, but it's more than that. It's not just his individual performance, it's the fact that D+ have had some of our like most historically dominant Renekton and Nidalee games, right, which they didn't even end up going for here, but like they know how to play around this champion. They know how to utilize it better than anyone else in the LCK, I'd argue, so stop trying to outsmart it. It's not happening.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. Canna plays always around lane priority very, very effectively. Generally, it is those champions that are able to play up in your face that he's good at. Renekton, the king of that one. And now we get to see whether or not DRX are actually going to ban it away as we hop over to game number 2. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Spacers, as always, for that awesome breakdown of banning Renekton. He is now 9-0. He has 4 Pogs. They're all Renekton. All of them. All 4 of them are Renekton.
Renekton.
Yeah, I just checked.
Valdez
I'm a simple man.
He pointed
He's
at
9-0 on Renekton. I ban it. That's it. And obviously, you know, we're overdoing it, but like, it is still important to do that. You know, like,
it's one of the win conditions.
Not just Renekton, but
it's one of the win conditions we talked about. D plus Key have in their wheelhouse and why it's very difficult to draft against them. And if they had gained something else or attempted something else, I know I sound like a broken record on this, but like, to me, banning the Renekton isn't the answer alone. It's finding a solution to the Renekton, or, you know, finding a draft where if you ban the Renekton, you get advantage. Maybe ban it in the first phase, like we see a lot of teams ban Zeus' Jace in the first phase, for example. So you just don't want to deal with it. You're going to play around other win conditions. You're going to try to prioritize some other picks. But it felt like they just walked face first into this. With the Gnar trap that was set there, obviously with the Camille ban and all that other stuff that was going on. They wanted to play Cassante, but Rascal just lost hard. So the whole game was decided.
Yeah. And now they're going to pick red side, which I think generally is fine if you feel like you got countered in some lane, or if you want to ban specific things, but like, it's rough because on red side you generally have less bans that you get to choose, more so like necessary bans. And then also they had counter pick for the last game, other than in the mid lane, I guess, but they had Gragas, which was fine, right? So let's see how it goes in this draft.
See, the Caitlyn banned the Varus and the Karma ban by D+, so very likely to be at Zeri coming through this time, if it is left open, which it will be. See if they want to prioritize it here. Maokai, I think, you know, with the nerfs, definitely less prioritizable. As it looks like D+ are just going to say, well, Zeri is the best answer, but we are just going to preemptively pick the Lucian here, and you are going to opt into the Zeri, and Deft is like, I'm going 8-0 on this champion, and I show nothing. And this is like the sad D+ state of affair. Okay, this is more fun. I was going to say, it's a sad state of affairs because you know they're going to do well with it. It's just not going to be that interesting. But the Zeri Lee Sin picked up here now, and you can see an Annie Draven lane for D+. Could still play Lucian Nami and play Annie mid, which I think is probably, based on this hover, what is going to happen.
So Juhan needs to win on Lee Sin in order to keep the Lee Sin win rate going. The undefeated streak. He's 8-0 now, Lee Sin.
What is going to be the answer to this Annie here for Fate? As maybe with this scaling comp,
Gragas.
Hold up, Valdez. What if it's an Aurelion Soul game? Because Gragas is getting banned, Victor's probably getting banned, maybe Orianna. Maybe they just try to scale, put a tank on the top side, just good to sit back and farm some Stardust, you know, and feel the power
they
of the
didn't ban
Cosmos.
Renekton.
They did not. They did not. But I'm beyond that now, Valdez. I'm just like, is this a Soul angle? Is this an Aurelion Soul angle, Valdez?
He could pick Renekton blinds. I mean,
it's banned by D+.
They're going to ban it because they expected that.
Yeah. Jace is actually, I think, what you should pick here now as DRX. And just have a flex pick here. You have, I mean, there's so many options for you as DRX right now. This into the Annie is an aggressive solution, you know, not quite as common as the Orianna or Victor, but it is a Fate pick. That's okay, this time they're going to pull out the Viego themselves. And what's that final pick for Kana going to be here on the top side? Jace, wow, what a shocker. They left that one open. I thought maybe we'd see Jax, but a little bit tougher to play into the Lee Sin and the Syndra. Oh, could have just played Aurelion Sol if you're going to draft like this. Could have just played Aurelion Sol, but Fate is going to try to win mid. This is not a, okay, well, Syndra's going to do fine, and we'll see what happens in the mid game. You need to win. You need to crush this, Annie. You need to play around mid with Lee Sin, hit some Scour the Weeks, and Juhan needs to be the hero in this composition. And top side, you're fine. Bottom side, if you play it well, we are seeing this Lucian Nami fall off. Deft and Kellen, on the other hand, the most successful Lucian Nami duo in the LCK, 7-0, as mentioned before, on this. And
yeah, they don't want to be left behind. Kana won too many games undefeated on Renekton, so now it's their they got to try
Deft's
to
like, ban Renekton, and we're taking the Lucian Nami. We're catching up.
Or else. Mid King, Jug King.
Aww.
Yep.
Twisted Fate.
Remember that
era.
champion?
Yeah, bygone era of the LCK, you know, really, truly. No, that's Live Sandbox. They're the ones with the romance. But she says no. DRX. The romance.
She also said, get better, Duck Dom. Basically.
Yeah.
Kana, please carry.
Well, you know, I don't know if she drew that sign before game one.
Too late.
Yeah, I don't know if she drew it before game one or not, but we'll see what he does here in this second game, because I'm less
temporary, class is permanent.
I'm less enthusiastic, Valdez, even about this draft here for DRX than I was about the previous one, if I'm honest with you.
I just learned that Annie's eyes are green. I always thought they were red, you know, because it's Annie. Anyway, that's something new I learned today, and we are ready, guys. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
Ooh. The emote game was strong.
Rascal is not an emoter, okay?
Well, he has been, and he can be, but right now, in his team's current 2-10 state, he has been a little bit more serious mode. A lot of people have taken notice to his aggressive pop-offs after game losses and wins, where he like springs out of the chair and collects his gear and leaves very quickly. He has been, you know, he went from being one of the most successful top laners who had the most versatile champion pool and being the #1 solo killer in the LCK to going to a 2-10 roster. There's definitely a lot of pressure on this guy who's taken a dip in his career this year on a roster that feels really reminiscent of Nongshim 2022. The skill is there with these individual players, but the consistency and the form of how they play together just has not been there.
Let's see if we see anything weird. Looks pretty normal overall.
Yeah.
There's the 7-0 we mentioned for both of them. Because whenever you play Lucian, you have to play Nami.
Well, talk to T1 bottom lane about that.
Well,
they played Nami a few times without Lucian and vice versa. If you know, there have been like game or two, you know, sprinkled in there. Maybe like 3 games. Well, mostly.
Most of the time, yeah.
For these two, it has been the way. Never separated. And this has been like a crutch, Valdez, for Deft and Kellen, I felt like in the beginning of the season, but now it just feels like they're hiding strats, and they're just like, yeah, well, all the high prio, you know, winning strong side champs are gone. We'll just play Lucian. They're going to play Zeri. It's fine. We're comfortable on this.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Don't have to reinvent the wheel after what happened in game 1, especially. Just go ahead. You know, they were talking about it on the pre-show even as heal and barrier.
That was a great barrier from Duckdom, but yeah, they do commit the heal on top of it, which doesn't feel great here as Deft and Kellen still hold on to all 4 sums after that exchange. That was really clean though. You know, Kellen goes for the ebb and flow, and then Deft is looking for the dash forward, the barrier reaction time quick. And they have control of this lane for the time being. This has kind of been the new way. It's just the nerfs to the damage, Nami and Lucian as well. Small nerfs have made this matchup a lot more playable. I think beyond that too, it's been about, like, you know, we're getting close to 6 months just playing it nonstop.
Another aggressive trade. They use the Ignite and the heal this time. Deft and Kellen.
Canyon is here.
Yep, they know he's here. He's going to run up here. Juhan just going to smite that away. As the Korean casters were really surprised by that, I guess. As the chase is on. Little stun coming forward. Juhan is just trying to run away as much as he can. And Fate's like, well, I don't want to have to deal with this right now.
Also, Fate drafting this Syndra and has lost a lot of control of his lane so far here to Showmaker. You could tell by the position of the wave and also the mana that Showmaker has that he's just been able to threaten using the Molten Shield alone and just some auto attacks as Juhan is getting chased down.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Canyon on this ward, and now Canyon's just like, well, I can 1v1 you, and your bottom lane can't really help. So we're just going to funnel you into a 3v3 under turret and just begin to poke you down and try to deny some CS.
Yep, the Aquan Prison misses. They can't commit, but still, it's going to be a plate here and some denied CS, as you mentioned.
The awkward prison?
Aqua Prison. It is kind of awkward, though.
It's a little awkward. Oh, the stun. Looks like it landed, but there's the awkward prison down on the bottom side. As so many low health bars here. Deft has flash, but not going to go in on this one.
Nope. Still so many small advantages now around the map. And, I mean, there's no flash on Barrel. He has to be so careful with how long he stays.
Oh, there's the flash. Double tap. Straight in the face. First blood given over to Deft.
And Duckdom loses.
Knew that was coming.
He loses his flash, too. Like, he commits, but he miscalculates. And so now your summoners down on both bot laners. This is not looking great. You notice also the players who are playing Syndra are on the teams where it's more of a comfort pick, let's say, and rather than the strong teams are finding a lot of success with it and shaping the meta, right? And you look at players like Karis, in this list, and you're like, well, I don't know if that's really where we should be following. Is all inning on this, taking a ton of damage. Flash is down now. This is one of those Barrel moves. And he doesn't have flash anymore, but Deft actually sees the opportunity here onto Duckdom. Has just enough mana to proc that passive one more time. Clean.
Yeah. He literally ticked right over 40 mana right when it happened. So very nicely done. 1,000 gold already down here on the bottom side. A decent jungle gap as well in terms of gold. The amount of time that Juhan spent on the bottom side. Canyon just ganked mid and went ahead and took the Raptors away.
Yep. And this wave is in a really rough spot. Very awkward for DRX's bot duo. Showmaker is just picking up first strike gold. He's already got his Catalyst online and hasn't spent any of those cookies. So, I mean, there's just nothing he can't do right now in terms of comfort here in this mid lane.
Yeah, and it's an issue that Juhan can never match Canyon. Like in the 1v1, it just feels like Juhan's always kind of running away. This time around, he will have vision advantage. Kana's just going to pick up a plate. It's now roam from mid. There's Tibbers straight on in. The Playmaker button comes in onto Showmaker. That's not enough. What happened here? Not sure about that one. As he was trying to get a plate, I guess, and maybe greeted for it.
Did you see the counter to Tibbers is actually just the... Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah, there's another stun as Juhan's getting pretty low. Over comes Fade, but Juhan is just left alone. So close. Okay, Flash comes in, and another one from Canyon. There it is, 2-0 on the Lee Sin / V8.
All right, everything that happens in mid was super well played. We'll get a replay about what happened to Kana there. I imagine just got hit by a Q under turret and died to the turret damage, but we'll get the update on that one in a moment. That was very clean in the mid lane. Force of Will onto the Tibbers, very cool as, oh boy.
No more aggressive trading here, Barrel. Oh, there's a culling already as somebody's got to tank it, and they both kind of do. Meanwhile, a Hextech Drake on the hands of Canyon for free.
Yeah, and there's another wave lost. Juhan doesn't have flash and doesn't have 6, so there's nothing he can do. He can come over here just in case Canyon is setting up for a dive, but he's just going to sit in this brush and be sad, which is, by the way, covered by wards. So it's not even a secret, as let's see what happens here. Is he ulted or queued? He's queued. Under turret.
Oh, that's...
And ulted.
찾았다. 뭐냐?
He's like, I got him.
What the hell?
All right.
Rascal was not very impressed.
You know, sometimes you get caught smiting Tibbers for 50 gold.
Worth.
And then you allow the enemy to transform into a Lee Sin, and then this is when it gets cool. Showmaker actually preps one more stun here, flashes for it, and then Canyon goes in there and gets him with the E. This game is, it was looking like it might be kind of interesting, and now I just wanted one game today to be close, Valdez. That's why I told everyone, I was like, can we get one competitive game?
Maybe that was the reason why we didn't get any.
What, because I wanted it?
Caster cursed it, yeah.
I didn't even, when I wasn't on the microphone, I just told the other casters privately I would like to have...
It still happened.
Yeah, but I wasn't casting at the time. I think caster's curse comes from something a caster says on the broadcast, right? I was just talking to you guys saying...
You're a caster.
And I cursed it, I guess.
Yeah,
Valdez.
there you go. Pretty straightforward. At least they banned Renekton this time. Kind of happy about that, personally.
Well, I mean, D+ banned it.
Yeah, still counts. Somebody did. It's gone. Don't have to worry about it anymore.
You know what is also gone? It's bottom lane's chances of coming back in any meaningful ways. At least flashes are coming back up, so maybe they won't die next time they're all in, but they might lose the flashes again. As up here on the top side, not going to overextend on this Herald.
Okay, so Juhan's going to go in first. They set it up into the playmaking button.
Hey!
Down he will go. Fate going to pick up the shutdown.
Little bit of a greedy back location. A ward in the brush. Juhan gets a kill here. Or an assist, a setup there.
Tibbers trying to pick up POG for the game, but it's mostly just a harassing Tibbers.
Yeah, he's just... He's getting old.
Wait, what? Gets pulled back to Annie after getting thrown by Syndra. And now, you got a Scion in here. Showmaker doesn't seem to care. Okay, he'll be zoned out eventually. In comes Kana, trying to seal it away. Nearly does, as Tibbers is still in the mix.
Yeah. Still...
He looks really cute with that outfit on.
Still in the mix.
Okay.
No longer in the mix.
No, no longer in the mix. Oh, that's a bubble. And another one comes in. Double tap on the barrel. They have to use Wild Growth as Deft will take one. He will take two. And he will not go down for it.
Oh, man. Deft just looks at his former support he just won a world's title with as Beryl tries his best to flash with the Wild Growth there and trade a kill back, and he says, nothing personal, kid. Shoots the Lulu in the face.
Oh.
And that's 3 kills to Deft, as it was fairly close to Beryl trading one back, but now he's got a Gale Force. Azil's online. You know, I don't think that they could be in the same lane together anymore. I just don't think they're allowed to be anywhere near each other. As Fate and Juhan are ready for this. Kicks him into this scatter. Ult comes through. Thanks for the pick. That leads to a Rift Herald take. But down here, Beryl just gets caught again. Tidal Wave follow-up. And then Deft has some commitment issues here with the selection because of the Wild Growth. He's like, who should I shoot? But he ends up killing both of them.
I'm going to take the carry bus.
Yep.
It's basically like, thanks for the carry.
Yeah, that's the Korean way of saying thanks for carrying this time.
Okay, well, Kana, yeah, I mean, he will take the carry bus this time.
Yeah, he's sitting in the front seat now with the bus driver. He's going to have that awkward conversation all the way home.
There's nobody else on the bus.
Yeah.
Just the two of them.
Yeah. He's on the last stop. It's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Picked a matchup where it's hard to be proactive. He did walk into a queue with turret aggro.
That did happen.
And then this time it was just a good play from Juhan. As Rascal is trying to not, he's like, I'm not Zeri.
Uh-oh. Diego's here and is just going to shred down the Scion. Heartbreaker comes in and there is no escape. Deft just going to pick up his 4th kill just like that.
I mean,
that
this
Rift Herald was used top at least.
This is just bizarre. Like, not entirely sure what's going on there. I mean, the reason why they do this is because they swap lanes, because like I said, you're not allowed to be in the same lane as the Solution anymore, as the Zeri. But he just walked up to that. and conceded to dying.
Jungle Gold Diff 666.
Yeah, it's pretty demonic, this game, isn't it? Radiant Virtue on this Scion also. Question mark. So there's that. I mean, look, he got accelerated by that kill early. Got a second one now, and
man, Tibbers just it's not very nice here in the mid lane.
No, he's just saying this is your counter pick. Like, this is what you got.
Uh-oh. Barrel might be dead here. A couple more autos will do it, as even with the wild growth, he will just go down.
Kellen's Tidal Wave grabs him there, I think, in the end. Takes him out. So, 4 kills for Lucian. And 4,000 gold the lead. As we'll watch this one more time.
Yeah, just zoned him. Nice by Rascal.
Polymorph Hour.
The Lulu gank.
You remember Scrappy Doo, Puppy Power?
Yeah.
Only you and I know what this is. Yeah, this was just really puzzling. Not entirely sure what's going on with all that with Rascal, but he is...
I think he just said, "Witness me," and pressed the
yeah.
I mean, with Radiant Virtue, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe he can survive with that.
I mean, like, ulting,
oh boy.
Ulting to go to the turret there is...
Maybe you can all pass it and just back somewhere in the enemy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess
that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah. Because now, you know, they didn't have his ult.
It's a very desperate situation.
Yeah.
As Deft, you know, he's got Gale Force. He has the Nami, who almost definitely has Imperial Mandate already. And this is what we like to see. For some reason in recent times, our Lucians, I don't know if they just don't get ahead or if they don't feel comfortable doing this, but Deft always will push the envelope here in mid.
Yeah, I mean, Deft is the guy. And as the Desk pointed out, we've talked about so many times, the weak point of this team, you know, Kroko has been inconsistent, right? He's the one who subbed out, but the weak point of this team has been the bot lane.
Here we go again. The culling comes through as Barrel's going to eat the majority of it, but Duck Dom not able to avoid much either.
And when you're laning into Deft's solution with the Zeri, you know, Barrel and Duck Dom have to be in form. They have to play well, and that has just not been the case for this duo all season. Rascal, that's a flash down. Trying to set up for the flank, but I mean, you don't even have the health on Duck Dom and Barrel here to even follow up on that. If he engages onto Deft, Deft just flashes and kills Duck Dom and Barrel. Like, thank you for engaging. He's out of there now. No flash, and they're just going to try to push down this mid turret. Who needs a Herald?
Yeah, and Barrel and Duck Dom obviously can't do much. They have to have someone engaged. Here comes Rascal. He's going to get stunned up and take a beating, but at least he stops the turret from going down for one more push.
Good flash there from Kellen to set up the engage. They're not able to get any kills off of this.
Okay. It's going to flash away in the top lane.
Our observers just don't miss anything, though, do they?
You know, I heard Annie's creepy laugh, and I kind of knew something was on the way. Here's Deft looking for a bit more. This is kind of 4v2, as at least he's got Kana nearby, as well as Canyon. Nice kick comes out from Juhan. He's going to catch Kana. Nice little chip off the DK block right now.
Yeah, Juhan is just not afraid, man. He is so willing to play with confidence. You love to see it. And literally all of the plays from DRX that have been successful have been around him, basically, this game. Minus, you know, the one oopsie from Kana where he got queued under turret. Like, he's been proactive around the map. He's proactive around Rift Herald. He's proactive here in mid. And he's saying, like, D+, yeah, you're ahead. And you're going to push really hard. And you're going to try to smash those advantages into bigger advantages. But if you step one pinky toe over the line, I will try my best to punish. And once again, he finds that punish angle. So you got to give credit where it's due. You know, in a roster that's struggling, he's come in as kind of a hero here for DRX, and along with Bait has been another consistent part of this. As Duck Dom is super low, and he actually dodges the bubble, gets the kick here onto Kana. He also knows Kellen doesn't have flash, so both of those great targets for him with that exchange.
Yeah, now you can kind of play for picks. You know, you get one, you deny some vision, and you still have Syndra, Lee Sin, like all these picks that are great at getting picks, all these champions. So DRX finding some semblance of, you know, stability here, at least in the bottom side of the map. Gotta start somewhere.
Herald going to be dropped. This turret is basically on its last leg, so one crash will do it. And they're just going to force it here.
Okay, not going to hit the stun. So Deft kind of roams free.
And there's a dragon behind this.
Yeah.
That they are going to just kite back and take. But if they get enough chip damage on, they could hard engage. I mean, look at this.
Oh, the calling.
And Showmaker hasn't even flashed tippers or anything like that. They could just walk towards this Drake and say, we have amazing turn. There's no Baron to trade. Not that they had the damage to do it anyways. Oh God.
Yeah, just one stun. You have really nice range on that with your Q as well. You don't even have to commit as Annie. It's another part of her kit that's very strong.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead, you can just fish with Qs, you know, then just instantly prep another stun and do it again. Teleport from the Scion.
Not really sure. I mean, they're really trying to force something here, but the Drake is already gone, essentially, as Canyon has kind of gone into this himself. And down it goes. And a massive shock blast into that back line. Rascal kind of left alone. He gets tidal waved as Showmaker another stun Q as the follow-up comes in with the bubble. Trying to 100-0 the Scion. Not the easiest play, but take a look at his back line. As here comes Showmaker, the Glitter Lance, I think, saved a bunch of people on DRX there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Showmaker still has flash tippers, though. They need to be respectful of this Annie. She's getting closer.
All right, well, gonna press his button, does Rascal, but the stopwatch kind of trolls him, and everybody's in the W of the Annie, and Showmaker can just flash out this time around. As Canyon is Scion, and okay, at least they're able to get away from that one with the flash, but it doesn't feel like DRX's chances are getting any better anytime soon.
Certainly not. It looks like D+ just want to end this game as soon as possible. I think they could have played sides a little bit. They could have been a little bit more aggressive macro-wise after taking that Drake, but they had the Timber stun, they had Flash available, and they're like, well, let's just keep forcing this because we have the Jace poke to back it up. This is not a game where you feel like you need to go for the Gore Drinker as the Jace. You're just like, nah, I'm 0-3, but I'm not really brawling. Am I? We have full map control. And Kana does an insane amount of damage.
Yeah.
In these exchanges, he just keeps finding Shock Blast angles here with the acceleration gate. He's going to do it again. And as Deft, you're like, all right, well, any CC, I'm just going to chunk down whoever gets hit by it. Another Shock Blast comes through. And now you're kind of like, well, why not just push? Showmaker's got Flash, he's got Tibbers, and he's got a nice stopwatch play here, and just pops right out of it with the stun setup. Just so clean, and you're collapsing on an Annie.
Yeah.
You're collapsing on an Annie.
Look at that.
And then the follow-up culling over the wall, that's 2 kills, another turret for the taking.
Yeah, and if they weren't behind 2 turrets at that point in time, DK probably could have pressed the advantage even more. But I think they're okay with where they're at right now. Deft back in mid, he has quick blades and an RFC because, I mean, he can basically buy whatever he wants. He's 5-0, 3 items, 21 minutes. He is a massive threat to everybody on the side of DRX. Even Scion can't stand up to any of this damage at this point, as we might just be flipping on Baron.
Yeah. I think they want to turn.
Okay, well, there's a tidal wave as, yeah, a little bit of a turn here from Rascal, but again, the damage pretty large, even onto the Scion.
Scion can hold these choke points, but you don't have the damage to actually take this Baron down. Kana has taken down the inner turret. DRX desperately trying to hold this and rush this down, but you don't have enough time, and here comes the collapse from 3 different angles.
All right, they're going to force the TP. And maybe that's all they were trying to do because they are not going for this Baron. Rascal trying to force this on the Showmaker, but he just walks beside them, throws down Tibbers, and the damage is beginning. Showmaker going to take down Lee Sin. He's here against 3 people, and he's still alive. They cannot kill Showmaker as Tibbers takes up so much of that damage. This game is over, guys, as a bit of a desperate attempt from the side of DRX.
That
now
was
DK are ahead by 12,000 gold.
Actually so tragic, Valdez. Like, the commitment onto this Annie, who has stuns in a choke point, they cannot kill her, and they try. Rascal uses his unstoppable to actually get through the initial stun and get on top of him, but there's no follow-up damage. Fate's going to be okay for the time being, but, I mean, this is going to be a Baron buff going over to D+ Kia, set for the time being. It does not have Flash, nor Heartbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, he does decent damage, but it's a turret right there and a bunch of allies for DRX.
And he did not have the Rod of Ages complete in that fight, by the way. It's just finished now. And watch this angle here for Showmaker.
He's so tanky.
Now Rascal dodges the stun, and then he just kites back here, and there's no damage here whatsoever. They're getting all the CC, wild growth, everything, but there's no damage.
절대 안 죽어 그냥.
He's like, oh, I just will not die. And yeah, well, Rascal, I think he's at this point just trying to find any angle that is possible. But I'm not sure if there is one here. It's 14,000 at 23 as, okay, you know, face check a little bit. There's still some decent pick on the side of DRX, but the culling going to just chew through these health bars as the RFC also almost takes his head off. As you know, that Canyon's just waiting for that Heartbreaker.
Yeah, now he's got it up, and, you know, if he gets one single kill, he just goes through the whole team. And as a result, the rest of the team has to back away, and you're sieged up by Baron buff minions here on your bottom inhibitor turret, and the shock blasts are raining through. Meanwhile, a Ocean Drake is being taken here for Canyon. This is crazy.
Couple TPs come in. Rascal has a stopwatch as Fate as well. I think they're just trying to give it one last go, and they are going to catch Lucian. As there's the Heartbreaker. At least they got the Lucian. What can you say? They gave it a good try, but DK, they're going to run away with the victory tonight. As Rascal actually finds the way. Gonna delay this for just a little bit more.
Well, that's gonna be that. Not gonna say it was the greatest League of Legends we've ever seen, but again, Deft and Kellen. Now 8-0 on this Lucian Nami. Doesn't matter how nerfed it gets. They play it into the Zeri. They are extremely confident in it, and against the weakest bot lane in the LCK, you're gonna have a good time if you play it well. Duckdom and Barrel just not standing up to the pressure. And that's that. 25.5 minutes here.
Yeah, and yeah, just an extra kill for the road, you know, why not? As 20 kill mark hit there for the side of DK. This game was very much about the bottom lane getting ahead and Deft playing Lucian in the mid lane afterwards with his lead. So what can you say? They do it very cleanly. It's a pretty straightforward game too. And DK will enjoy themselves another 2-0 on the record.
Barrel will watch his former team and former AD carry walk past here, as it has been a huge dichotomy between a roster that is formed with some new pieces here but has such a legacy attached to it versus an organization that built a new team around a world champion that has not been able to find the success. And we started off at the beginning of the season with this matchup, and now that we see it the second time, it feels like the canyon to do that on purpose is wider than it was before between the two teams, and it's on the up and up for DRX, or rather for D plus Kia here. But I have to say, the drafting definitely left me a little bit wanting. I felt like we could have explored some bigger options here, but they went back to comfort. We haven't seen anything that was groundbreaking here from D plus. And maybe that's on purpose, because they do have that tough matchup against Hanwha Life Esports on Saturday. But it felt like it was predictable, it was easy, and yet DRX still didn't see it coming. And yeah, that doesn't leave me with a smile on my face, but I think the clean play from the bottom 2v2 definitely did.
Yeah. What can you say, DK? Still looking good. It's a nice one. Pretty wholesome celebration. It says, please win, DK. As Is that a alpaca with a straw in its mouth, like it's a farmer?
Yeah.
And his sunglasses?
Alpaca farm?
Yeah, I think you're onto something. You'll only get it.
She knows the Challengers memes?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you watch Challengers, you would get it. Monday and Tuesday, same time, earlier on Mondays.
This bottom lane is just... Deft is so good at Lucian. It is insane what he does on this champion. This is the moment where he has flash, gets the extra dash so he can use that passive to get the kill. Why are we doing this to Kana? Why are we doing it to him? Why are we showing this again?
Yeah, I don't know. It was part of the game, you know, it was one of the kills that DRX got. Still counts.
Yeah, just a small mistake from him, but... Showmaker having a call here to Canyon, like, where are you going, man? We killed him now. I actually get my stun back. Canyon's like, all right, I'll flash for this. We got him. This another one of those moments in the bottom side where Def changes targets, barrel flashes on him. Nothing personal, kid. Yeah. Rascal having a bit of an off series, I will say, too. I think not playing up to his potential. He's had a bit of an off round. Like, round 1, he was a little bit shaky, but here in round 2 so far, it's just not looked like the same player we watched dominate last year.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, what can you say? Especially after the way these games went. Like, game 1 wasn't any less one-sided, so you don't feel good about that. Also, you were playing against Kanas Renekton, and you know your answer didn't really work out. And then this game doesn't start off well. I'm sure he's really unhappy at this moment in time, very frustrated. What can you say? They go for this as well, which, as we know, the numbers were very much not in their favor, but they gave it a try.
It's felt like we have to force a double teleport flank here, or else they just push the base with Baron and end the game. The flank fails, they push the base with Baron and end it. But I mean, I'd rather teams do something like this than just sit back and lose.
Yeah.
It didn't work, but points for trying.
They gave it the old college try.
Yikes.
As 2 players on the side of DK had over 1,000 damage per minute in this game. So
1 player had over 10,000 damage on the side of DRX.
Yeah. It's not every day you see that. Very one-sided game number 2. Congratulations to DK. Not really too much else to say about this game, Wolf. 25-minuter. DK pretty much just put the nail in the coffin, or maybe, you know, a lot more than 1 nail. As, yeah, anything else you want to add, Wolf?
I mean, I hope that this is a good gauge for a hype matchup we're going to have between D+ and Hanwha Life Esports on Saturday. I'm looking forward to it.
Looking forward to that one. Either way, we're done here on the caster desk, guys. Hope you did enjoy the games. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about this one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm a bit sad. Not gonna lie. I'm not used to going home before 9 p.m. I don't want this. I want to be able to break down some League of Legends, but T1 and DK have said no. We want to go home early, and they absolutely will with that that level of play. Let's have a look at the draft first, Chronicler.
Yeah, gonna little look behind the curtain. I was saying, Atlas, I need to find a cool angle, and I was like, there is none. Atlas had to suffer for me going like, but maybe you could. No. It was from start to finish, pure domination. And we're gonna go over the draft a little bit, but like the other series today and any game that wasn't previous one, which Ben Renekton, it wasn't about the draft. It was just about the execution. Like, we have seen this exact matchup, Lucian, Nami, Zeri Lulu, play out so many times, and over the last 2 weeks, it has been extremely favored towards Zeri Lulu. You can't die in the 2v2 early on in that lane, because it will immediately lead to what was happening the first 4 weeks, where Lucian and Nami just stomp the rest of the game.
Yeah, and also it was helped by Canyon back on Viego, and Canyon on carry junglers, guys, it's a really scary thing. And we can see a little bit more of that here in this mid lane, where him and Showmaker had a beautiful game. Like, it was a battle between Showmaker and Deft for POG for me. Showmaker in the end, and the power of Tibbers really was a beauty to watch.
Yeah, and I had an epiphany just now. Annie is actually just better swing, right? Like, she tanks just as much, but she also has an instant AoE stun. So I'm not quite sure how that's working. Molten Shield is nerfed, but still extremely strong. And jokes aside, the setup and this Annie Viego lane actually really, really cool. Haven't really seen as much of it because Viego's been out of the meta and Annie has not been meta in a really, really, really long time, as that is a false sense of security Q that comes through. The flash E will pick up the killer just on the edge. Nicely done there by Canyon. But you can't really do anything, because if Annie has Q and she Qs or flash Tibbers on you, and Viego can hit the stun, the damage will always be there. So nice little 2v2. The reason why we're not picking up a lot of bot lane highlights is because, one, I also think there were a lot of misplays mechanically from both Docdom and Barrel, which was kind of painful. And I'm pretty sure that that's going to get a POG, so maybe, unless it's Showmaker, we'll probably end up seeing those at the end anyway.
Yeah, and I also don't think that we necessarily need to beat a dead horse. Unfortunately, we've been seeing this a lot from the DRX bottom lane. It just hasn't really been figuring it out. Last week we did see some highlights, but let's have a look at some of these boom boom plays that DK threw out towards the later stages, because Canna getting picked off over and over again did happen, but it didn't matter because Showmaker and Deft were just so strong.
Really didn't. You also see Deft being able to do something that no Lucian in recent games have been able to do, which is play an extremely aggressive mid game. And this play is just hilarious. Like, Showmaker has Flash and Tibbers and Stopwatch, but opponents did not do the Velvet check. Rascal gets caught off guard. Showmaker can flash defensively while still hitting a two-man Tibbers. And we have two Science here, which is very funny. Thank you, Diego, for that one. What does it mean? We don't know. And I'm actually with the casters. As bad of a game as this was, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. This is still a lot better than what we've seen of DRX. Like, they are clearly worse. They need to solve their laning issues, but both this Baron flip and the bot lane play that they go for, they're doing stuff. And there were weeks over the last 6-7 weeks where they did nothing, and everything just kind of fell apart. And when that's the best you can say about a game, you know that there wasn't that much to talk about, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I do want to go into this Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami situation and dissect it a little bit, because we've been hearing over and over again, like, Deft and Kellen remain undefeated on this duo now, which is absolutely huge, because we've been seeing it priority picked and it hasn't been winning. And this time around, we're seeing that if you do manage to leverage that mid-game power, if you do craft compositions that can play around it well, that spike on a couple of items, namely Annie, Jace, right? Viego, who can skirmish very well early, I think that it does work out. So crafting compositions around your Lucian Nami lane, instead of just thinking of it as, oh, but it wins, that's the right way to go about it. But let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. Is it going to be Deft? Is it going to be Showmaker? It's Deft. 400 points now for the gentleman on the bottom side of the map, 6-1-7 and over 1,000 DPM.
And Deft might not be leader in the POG points. He is one of my front runners for being one of the best AD carries that we have in the league at the moment. Deft, at times, last year comes to mind as well, at moments where he was still consistent, but he wasn't like in your face amazing. And this split, I really think that he's maintained the level that he's shown at Worlds, where he was a legitimate win condition, and he's been keeping that up. He's been playing aggressively really, really well. This Lucian lane comes to mind, but we've seen his Caitlyn, really the meta right now, seeming to be very well suited for this player. And yeah, like, once this happens, the game is done. Like, you can't play bot lane anymore. It just, it won't happen.
We shouldn't be watching this one.
Oh, this one is. Oh.
This is not it. That's a derailment. We don't want to watch a derailment. 9 out of 11. Vote going over to Kellen there, as well as a cheeky Showmaker vote. I would have been a Showmaker voter. I thought that him and Tibbers did a great job. And we also heard in the comms that Showmaker was just having a great time being Tibbers and Annie, and that makes me happy, because we've heard so much about Showmaker dealing with burnout, needing motivation, things like that. This looked like he was a motivated Showmaker, and that's a feels good, man.
Really is, and a good look for DPLS, but I want to echo what Wolf said. We still need to see what this team is going to do when we go to the best of fives, because I do think that they haven't shown that much depth. That might become a problem later on.
It could. We'll see whether banning Renekton is going to be a thing that does actually happen. Right now, things are definitely looking on the up and up, and we need to see DK against some tougher opposition, like maybe a Hummel Life Esports. Oh, wait. We have the opportunity to watch that in our Saturday Showdown this week. Wolf already alluded to it. It's going to be a great one. But now is time for the POG interview. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a very, very fast series, and DPLS Kia is now on a 3-match winning streak. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. We are here joined by Kana and Deft for the POG interview. How are you feeling about this win, Kana? Today, I don't know how I should word it, but it was a very easy win for us. I'm being honest here. It was a very clean 2-0 win. Feels amazing. But game 2, I made too many mistakes, so I don't know. I keep thinking about that. However, still, it was a very fast and clean win for DPLS Kia. What about you, Deft? I think our performance looked good. And the more we lose, the more games we drop, the far away we become from the second place. So I'm so happy that we're able to get a 2-0 win today. And Deft, you guys were playing up against DRX, who recently broke their losing streak, which means they were having a great momentum. So what did you keep in mind going up against them? Well, to be honest, recently the tank supports got buffed and Burrow might be playing that, was our kind of imagination, but actually we still had the matchup that I'm pretty feeling comfortable in, so it was okay. I was feeling very comfortable. And Kana, you have won every single POG this season on Renekton. Did you expect Renekton to be let through today as well? I was thinking it's gonna be removed, but today we had the perfect angle for Renekton and it was still left alive, so I went for Renekton one more time. And with this win today, your Renekton this season is 9-0, and if you include last summer, it's on a 13-game winning streak. Were you aware of that? I had no idea, but yeah, that's a lot of wins. Yeah, your Renekton has not been defeated for a very long time. What makes your Renekton special and different from other Renektons? Everyone knows that he's really strong in lane, so I lead the lane, and then after the laning phase, I have a lot of communication within my teammates, so it also lies onto my teammates' work. And Kana, in game number 2, DRX decided to play red side, and then it was actually Diploskea banning the Renekton on the blue side. To put it simple, well, Rascal also prefers Renekton a lot, so we just wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Deft, I have a question for you. We have another undefeated champion on the side of Diploskea, which is Lucian Nami comp for you guys. It's still 8-0 this season. Not only Diploskea, but also just other LCK teams are so good at Lucian Nami. Is so overpowered. And also, I'm also pretty confident in Lucian for sure. Deft, a lot of people say, right now it's all about the bottom lane. If you win bottom lane, you win game, which means it adds a lot of pressure to the bottom laners. However, Deft and Kellen bottom duo still, hold on to a very aggressive playstyle during the laning phase. How do you deal with all the risks going aggressively? Which also means if you win bottom lane, you just win game. So it's better if you might just lose lane but still win game. So I don't really worry about me performing badly during the laning phase. I would rather just go aggressively, earn some points for my team, and win the game. And these days, Deft and Kellen, you guys are just showing a great performance. What is your kind of a goal for the remaining of second round robin? I think we are still sitting on third place as far as I know, but this roster was not to be third place team in the LCK, You gotta get better at it. So I just want to beat every single team that we were not able to take down in the first round robin. And Kana, so as she talked about the bottom lane, how much do you rely on your bottom duos? I just trust them 100%, Even though I made mistakes in game number 2 and I was really, unhappy, it was our bottom laners just winning the lane all game long, so I was like, I'm just gonna get carried. And also, we had so many Diploskea fans out here, and also one of them actually came from, other countries. Kana, any words for all the Diploskea fans? Thank you for showing up for us. I really appreciate your support, and we will keep working hard in order to come back with even stronger performance. What about you, Deft? Same. I always want to display the best performance possible, but sometimes we fail to do so. It's a bit of a bummer, but still, we will keep working hard in order to show you the best performance for you guys. Next up is the Saturday Showdown. It's gonna be D plus Kia up against Hana Life Esports. It's gonna be so decisive when it comes to the competition on the top side of the LCK. We did take Hana Life down in the first round robin, but looking at their roster, you know, their damage carriers are still doing a great job. They are very looking strong, so we will do our best in that matchup as well. I feel the same. We did beat them in the first round, so I want to repeat that in the second round as well. And also, looking at the lineup of Hana Life, you know, they're just like packed with talented players, so we will not let our guards down. And this will be the end of the interview from KDF from D plus Kia, and I'm going to pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from both Kana and Def. Kana riding the bus in game number 2, but I like that he understands that you're allowed to do that. Sometimes that's just what you're supposed to do.
He drove at game 1.
Exactly.
Only fair.
And now we are going to be driven by the bus to the standings. Here we go. DRX in 9th place once again, and D plus Kia moving up to 9 and 4, within touching distance of Gen G at this point in time. Looking forward to that rematch as we move further forward. And that one against Hana Life Esports, it's just going to be the best, man. I'm looking forward to it so much.
The best thing about getting a 2-0 here for D+ is that even if they do end up losing, they will still be ahead in game score of their opponents in Hana Life.
So assuming Hana Life lose their other matchup as well.
True. Yeah, good point. Because if Hana, well, yeah, okay,
that's tough.
Well, you know what, Atlas? You make a very good point. I got a little bit ahead of myself. That KT Gen G game, though, I know KT has been a little bit in the up and down, but that's just KT. And
they're a roller coaster. It's
on their best day, we've seen that this team has the capability to go toe-to-toe with any team in the LCK, and right now, Gen G, pretty clear number 2.
They absolutely are, and of course, you know, players like BDD with a lot of history with Gen G, Lahen's more recently some history with Gen G. There is a lot of historical points that we can make. They've also already matched up this season, so looking to see whether KT can do it again. That is my match of the week. Looking forward to seeing it. But that is all the League of Legends we have tonight. I can't believe it. There's just none left. Hopefully tomorrow is going to be longer. We get more value for money. But for now, good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm
한화 생명! 이번 대전 많은 분들이 기다리실 것 같다. 톱으로 진입한 다음에 계속 단계를 한 단계 높이려고 애를 씁니다.
디플러스 기아 같은 경우는 굉장히 많이 흔들리고 있어요.
디플러스 기아한테 서버를 지켜야죠.
사실 쉽지 않아요. 디플러스 기아 가능하죠.